Um, there's 22 acres that's been sitting empty since I've been a Wood Street resident. And that's at least 8 years. And every year we hear the same thing about, oh, they're going to be developing the land. Oh, recycle centers going over there. Oh, it's too contaminated. But it's still empty and nothing's been done with that land over there. We have hundreds of people on Wood Street right now. And for that matter, we have thousands of people in Oakland that need shelter. And there's 22 acres sitting right there, untouched. And we go through this conversation every year. Every year we talk to the city council members, we talk to city officials, we fight with Caltrans, we have people call, and the same thing is being placed in front of us: evictions. And then we get told, well, we don't have any shelter beds, we don't have any RV open lots for you guys, we don't have anywhere for you guys to go. That would mean to me that we stop evictions, but they haven't stopped. To have hundreds of people on Wood Street right now that have nowhere to go, that are spreading out into the community, scared, hungry, upset, mad at the system. And we still, once again, bring up the fact that there's 22 acres over there just sitting there. And from what I understand, it's not going to be developed for another 4 years. Think about this. If there are people that are on that land in 4 years, why not employ those people with the recycle center? Sounds like a solution to me. I want you guys to really think about this. The opening statement was about love and caring and respecting people out here, but I don't see that going on at all. 22 acres, once again, is open.
Thank you, John, for your comments. We have A. Wright next.
Good morning. The City Council scheduled this hearing to provide an independent, and I'll say independent, financial analysis 6 months ago. And yet the city and the A's are no closer to a deal than they were back in the summer of 2021. An oral report does not provide a sufficient financial analysis unanimously requested by the council. I question if the A's private real estate development is even viable in today's environment. The project proposes 1.5 million square feet of office space, but for who? There is no demand for new office space given the current remote work environment. Further, the A's construction costs are years old and interest rates have skyrocketed. Could this be why the A's refuse to share details about their project? Because it's all smoke and mirrors? It is vital that a thorough, independent economic analysis is conducted in a manner and a timeline that allows both the public and the council ample time to review and comment before the council makes any decisions. The A's, I want to remind the council that the A's do not have any deal anywhere else. As much as they postured moving to Vegas or Portland, no other cities have capitulated their resources in taxpayer money giveaway with the likes of what's proposed by the Howard Terminal deal. I say this to send you this message. Don't give up the farm to keep the A's. They have nowhere else to go. Stand firm and insist on a deal in Oakland's best interest, and insist on a deal that is viable and profitable for the city of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll call the next few names in order. We have Dennis Rowcliffe, then Deidre Snyder, user by the name of 360 Total Concept, then Margie Lewis, Edith, Building and Construction Trades, Council of Alameda, Nori Tracy, Chuck Leonard, Jason Lindsay, Delphine Brody, Chris Snyder, Dale Sky Jones, and we'll pause there. Dennis, it is your turn. Please unmute and you may begin your comments.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Rowcliffe. I live in Oakland in District 6. And I'm speaking on item 10 on today's agenda. I'm speaking up in support of the council's request for an independent financial analysis of the proposed Howard Terminal project. I think that developing for a stadium and office and retail and luxury housing right next to a working industrial port is not an appropriate use for that site. And I would much rather see the development done next to the current site of the Oakland Coliseum, excuse me. Howard Terminal is just not a good location. It would cost the city too much money to develop the infrastructure needed to access that site. And the large construction project would be hugely disruptive of existing port business while it was in progress. The current site is, the current stadium site has plenty of space for development and should be explored, even if it requires dewatering on a consistent basis during and after the new stadium is constructed there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. And just to inform the council and members of the public, the queue for raising your hand did close at 2:07. So we will continue with the members of the public who raised their hands before that close. Deidre Snyder, you have the floor.
Yes, my name is Deirdre Snyder. I'm a resident of District 3 for 50 years. I want to speak to item 10. I need to say that it's very sweet to say we want love to push everything, but I don't see any love coming from the A's. I don't see that that does anything for the people who actually live in Oakland now. We need to have an independent analysis. There is no excuse for not having an independent analysis of the situation. We also need to put this on the ballot. I realize we've missed that opportunity, but the least we could do is look at this honestly. I'm concerned that the city is putting too much faith in pie in the sky, rich people who demand more money from us and are not facing the real needs of the city now. What we need now, obviously, is affordable housing. Perhaps we move people into all of those empty apartments that have been built and are offering free rent for 2 months because nobody else is moving in there. What we need to do is face the reality of what Oakland is. And that is a city that doesn't have a lot of extra money to throw at millionaires and billionaires. What we need to do is to take a good look at what Oakland needs and then deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And I spoke earlier, the queue closed at 2. The 15-minute period began at 1:45.
Madam Clerk, you're a little hard to hear. Your volume is low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, my apologies. I wanted to correct what I said a few moments ago. The queue closed at 2. The period opened at 1:45. So we will continue calling the names in order of hands raised. We have 360 total concept.
Hello, I actually called in on my Zoom registered the wrong count. It's Shonda Scott. I am an Oakland native and business owner and longtime resident of Oakland. And I'm here to lend my support to the Vice Mayor's resolution to bring the WNBA to the city of Oakland. It would be truly a great opportunity for Oakland once again to have a professional sports team play in the Oakland arena. Growing up here in Oakland, it was always exciting to tell the people when we traveled what teams were from Oakland, and that's often how they identified us and knew that we were a great city. So it would be exciting for Oakland to once make history again by having the WNBA team here in Oakland, California. So I'm here to lend my support for that resolution, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Margie is next.
Good afternoon. My name is Margie Lewis, and I'm a District 6 resident, and I'm commenting on item 10. In April 2022, the Oakland City Council Rules Committee unanimously agreed to schedule Councilmember Gallo's resolution for an independent financial analysis of the Oakland A's Howard Terminal project. To date, almost no progress has been made in negotiating a deal with the A's. We know that the A's have walked away from negotiations with the community, and it seems that a deal on seaport compatibility measures, community benefits, and affordable housing remain elusive. While the A's are hoping to rush approval of their massive development before the November election, this is a self-imposed deadline and one which should not be used as an excuse to skip the council's demand for an independent economic analysis. None of us would buy a house or a car or invest in a new business venture without engaging the help of an expert who is non-partial. We don't want the fox guarding the hen house. We want an independent, not the city staff or administration, and definitely not the A's, an independent professional team to evaluate and report on the finances. Media reports have confirmed that the A's are banking upon hundreds of millions of dollars in public funds to subsidize the development of Howard Terminal. These state and federal grant dollars could and should be used to support other sorely needed public transportation and infrastructure projects at the port and throughout the city. No one is entitled to these funds, especially a billionaire baseball owner. No decision should be made until we have all the financial facts. We must have transparency. We must have an independent analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Edith is next.
Hi, my name is Edith Bertada. I'm a District 3 resident, and I'm speaking on item number 10. I agree we shouldn't be accepting crumbs, but we can't let the perfect be the enemy of good. We should be able to be happy with a 3-run home run that puts us ahead in the bottom of the 6th, as opposed to expecting a walk-off grand slam in the 9th to win the game. We can't put everything on the A's to fix the region's problems. And for those proposing that the A's should build on the Coliseum site, you do realize you were saying that the AASEG shouldn't develop on that site, right? The city also needs to take some responsibility in fixing decades-old ills. We also need transparency from council. We need council to disclose which groups they have met with, and this disclosure needs to be ongoing as meetings are ongoing. There is fear that some of council is only meeting with certain community groups and not meeting with groups on both sides of the spectrum. Council, please be fair to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Building and Construction Trade of Alameda is up next.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
My name is Eddie Alvarez. I'm a D4 resident and represent the 28 affiliate union members of the Building and Construction Trades Council and the tens of thousands of union construction workers around our region, and I'm commenting on item number 10. I stand before you today and urge a future yes vote from this council so we can move forward with building over 3,000 units of housing and, of course, a new ballpark. This type of project has great success in the Washington, D.C. Naval Yard, the docks in Seattle, and, of course, in San Diego, something that is trying to be replicated here at Howard's Terminal. The project itself would bring over 7,000 union careers. These aren't gigs. These are union careers with pensions, high-paying jobs, and healthcare, which would create a pathway to the middle class with 3,000 union construction jobs, 4,000 service industry jobs with the ballpark attendants, the security agents, the hot dog vendors, and everybody who works in the stadium, making sure that it runs properly. The long-term economic growth for Oakland is now amounts-full. It'd be a $13 billion project in local development, which would be the largest infrastructure project outside of the high-speed rail. This would bring more funding for public schools, more funding for, of course, public services and infrastructure around the whole entire region, not just Howard Terminal, and make a vibrant economic hub for the East Bay. And I thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Nori.
Great. Hello. Thank you, City Council, for hearing me right now and for hearing public comment. I wanted to speak on behalf of supporting the Oakland Wood Street residents and all unhoused residents of Oakland in general. I've been a volunteer with Essential Food and Medicine and Cobb on Wood and the Wood Street Commons for 2 years now. I've met some very good, hardworking people who, contrary to what seems like an atmosphere that is created, are not separated from community. In fact, they're contributing to their surrounding communities all the time. These are people with family members in Oakland who they in turn support from time to time. So this is something that we really need to look at in terms of finding the center of the problem here, finding some roots of the problem. There are conditions that have created this, including, as the federal judge William Orrick stated, a lack of participation between the city and the county and the state via Caltrans agencies. So there needs to be more cooperation to actually find and create housing and job opportunities. Housing must be treated as an unalienable human right in practice and in policy. It's the only way forward. So I really urge the City Council strongly to direct your outreach to actually work with where people are at and think a bit outside of the box on these issues as they're not going away. The reality of an eviction, what does it look like when people are forced to leave a semblance of stability that they found with little warning or support? They end up in more danger than before, with less ability to quote unquote get back on their feet. The city outreach and the county outreach has not been enough. We need more. And the 22 acres is an elegant place where that can happen. Thank you for your time.
Through the chair, to the chair, the clerk's office is in office, and it looks like someone just got shot in the class.
Madam Clerk, I want to make sure you all are okay. I do hear police sirens. I think that we should call a recess. I'd like to make a motion to call a recess.
Second.
Madam Clerk, if you're able to call the roll, please do. Otherwise, I'll call the roll and we'll recess just for a little bit to find out what's happening and make sure everything's okay.
Moved by Councilmember Five, seconded by Vice Mayor Kaplan to recess. Councilmember Five.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao. Aye. President Boss.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. To members of the public and to our staff, please hold on. We will try to update you as soon as we can. And Mr. City Administrator, if you are on, I will connect with you. I'm in the building too. Thank you.
And just quickly, how long do you want to recess indefinitely, or should we set the timer?
Let's check back in it's 2:20 right now. At least 2:30.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can put the clock at 10 minutes and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. City Hall is secure and we seem to be okay with restarting our meeting. Do you want to make sure my colleagues are back? I know the clerk team is back. Colleagues, if you could maybe turn on your cameras or raise your hand so I know that you are with us. Okay, thank you, colleagues. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got quorum. All right, let us get back to our meeting and I will share what I know, and Administrator Riskin, if you're able to also share what you know, that would be helpful. Madam Clerk, please, when you're ready, call the roll back in so we can come back to our meeting.
And roll call to reconvene. Councilmember 5.
Present.
Councilmember Gaia.
Present.
Councilmember Cobb.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Pro Tem Tao.
Present.
President Bass.
Present.
Showing 8 members present.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, to members of the public who are with us. And I know for those of you who were on the side of City Hall facing the plaza, who heard or who perhaps even saw the incident, it was very shocking, and this is not what should be happening every day. It's completely unacceptable that we have these types of situations. And I do want to recognize for those of us participating in the meeting, it is hard to sort of come back in and do the work that we need to do, knowing that what just happened was not only shocking, but also traumatizing and re-traumatizing for those of us who've experienced violence. We do have council business that is important to run the city. And so we are going to continue the meeting, and we have made an assessment that it is safe to do so. Administrator Riskin, I appreciate you being in touch with the acting chief. If you wouldn't mind just sharing for the council and our staff and members of the public what you know, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. So about 20 minutes ago, it was about 2:15 that there were very loud audible gunshots here outside the front of City Hall on Franco Gallo Plaza. It appears that there were 2 individuals who were shot. Both are being currently attended to by the paramedics. One is conscious and breathing. The other one, I believe now, is breathing. So one, I think will be okay. The other one, I think, unknown. The shooters fled. I think there are different reports of whether on foot or in vehicle or both. There is no. I spoke to the security downstairs outside. The City Hall is secure, as are the other city buildings. So we don't believe there's any current imminent threat to anyone, and that the police and paramedics are on scene. The area's taped off, so I believe the situation is stable at this moment, but certainly scary for our employees here, for anyone who is out and about in the plaza, for the buildings around here. It's, as you said, Madam President, not something that should be happening here or anywhere in the city, and that's what we know at this time. But we do believe it's safe, and okay to proceed with the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And again, to those of you who are helping to run this meeting, the clerk team, KTOP in particular, as well as the staff who is with us, please do what you need to do to take care of yourselves. Take a breath. I know that was very hard on top of what we know has been a very violent time over the past 24 hours, the past day. Nonetheless, our work is important. We will keep doing what we can to serve the Oaklanders, keep our city safe and healthy. So we were in the middle of public comment. Madam Clerk, if you can continue with public comment, we will finish that out before we get to our consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. We will be return to the order in which the members of the public raise their hands to speak. I'm showing Chuck Leonard next, then Jason Lindsay, Delphine Brody, Scott Taylor, Earl Hampton, a phone number ending in 0501. I believe that's Mr. Hazard, William Dowd, Jason, Kelsey Hubbard, Carla Collins, and we'll pause there. Chuck, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Oakland City Council members. Really appreciate the work you're doing, especially in these times, and still staying the course for all that Oakland needs. My name is Chuck Leonard. I represent thousands of workers with the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342. I wanted to speak on item number 10. I'm speaking in complete support of the Howard Terminal project. Our charter in Oakland is dated 1914. And in 108 years of serving Oakland and the needs of Oakland with skilled and trained plumbers, steamfitters, welders, and plumbers, we've seen transition, we've seen change, and we have adapted. But what's going on right now, and I think one of the biggest and most encouraging things, and with the courage of this city council, is the ability to not only bring in a $12 to $14 billion project into the Howard Terminal, but to put hundreds, if not thousands, of Oakland residents to work. Jobs are a key component in the health of the city of Oakland, and the ability and to be able to put hundreds of your local residents to work in skilled and trained and apprenticeship programs should be first and foremost when you look at really how do you want to serve your disadvantaged and your underserved communities is with jobs. Building trades and public sector unions, not only and with help from CTWI, we're actively putting graduates out of Rising Sun and Cypress Mandela, putting them into our building trades apprenticeship programs, public sector work.
Thank you for your comments. Just one moment. We notice we are having some technical difficulties with the screen sharing capability, so I will go ahead and just one moment, share the timer so that those speaking are aware of their time. All right, let me go ahead and allow our next speaker, who is Jason Lindsay, to speak. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I hope everything is okay down there and everybody's safe. My name is Jason Lindsay, and I'm a member of Ironworkers Local 378 Oakland. I stand before you, or in this case, sit before you today as a strong advocate for building 3,000 units of affordable housing, performing arts center, office space, and public parks. This project will deliver 3,000 construction careers and 4,000 service industry careers. With your yes vote, you're investing in human capital. You're enabling the youth of this city to start careers that will give them a solid foothold in the middle class. Who could be against that? And if you're against that, I ask, what the hell are you for? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Delphine is next. Delphine Brody. Please unmute and you may begin. Okay, we're not seeing the mic come unmute. We will come back to that speaker and allow Scott Taylor. Please unmute and you may begin your comments.
Thank you very much, City Council members. My name is Scott Taylor, and I'm the CEO and Chairman of the Board of GSC Enterprises. GSC handles almost 20% of all the import merchandise at the Port of Oakland. I'm asking the City Council to support the resolution for an independent financial analysis of the Oakland A's Howard Terminal project. Furthermore, we still haven't heard from the Oakland A's regarding the seaport compatibility measures as directed by this very City Council. However, my biggest concern is our customers. I've already heard from our largest customer who told me directly that if the A's build a ballpark and luxury condos at the port on port property, they will make plans to move out of the port and look for an alternative gateway. This customer brings over 20,000 containers to the port, and I will be glad to put you in touch with them so you can have a personal conversation. As we all know, residential and industry just don't mix. Nowhere in the entire country will you find luxury condos, hotels, and a ballpark on port property. At a time when every port in the US is trying to add space, Oakland is the only port willing to give up space. Hasn't Oakland learned from past mistakes with Al Davis and the Raiders, which the city is still paying for? Additionally, the $250 million the A's are asking for the public to foot is probably closer to $500 million with inflation and construction costs spiraling out of control. When are we going to say enough is enough? Let John Fisher build whatever he wants at the Coliseum, but please do not destroy the economic engine of Northern California, the Port of Oakland. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Delphine Brody. Delphine Brody.
Yes, hello. This is Delphine Brody. I'm a resident of Oakland in District 1, and I'm going to pass the mic to a resident of Wood Street, Jared, who will speak to you now, and then I'll speak after.
Hello, this is Jared. All I wanted to talk about is why doesn't the council put its support behind the community to tell the governor that we want to use the 4.7 million for something better than having something imposed on us that we don't even want, and to give up this whole care washing bullshit to cover up spinelessness and callousness just to make people do whatever you think would work best for them without even speaking to them first. That is not love, and you cannot call it love. So stop. Pay attention to us, listen, work something out with the community. Don't just give us something and say, work it out yourselves, and then don't even support us afterwards. Stop that. I'm done.
Thank you, Jared. I'm Delphine Brody, and I've been here at Wood Street Encampment supporting residents for the past 1.5 years, where they have developed a community in spite of the lack of support from the city of Oakland, the lack of support from Alameda County, the lack of support from the state of California. Each of these government entities has taken turns trying to evict the residents, not providing adequate housing or shelter. This entire area of Wood Street has been a de facto containment zone where police from throughout the region have been sending residents. And meanwhile, the city of Oakland has failed to provide the bare minimum resources that residents have been requesting in order to prevent people who don't live here from illegally dumping, in order to prevent fires. The residents have been requesting a fire hydrant. They've been requesting running water, electricity, and and also safe sanitation. There has simply not been adequate service provided to the residents here, and now they're being put between a rock and a hard place with no place to go. That 22 acres at the north gate parcel is still a viable option for the residents, and the city should support residents in finding a safe place to relocate, even if there may not currently be housing that is being offered. And it is wrong that the city is sitting on so many vacant houses.
Thank you for your comments. Earl Hampton, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Earl Hampton. I'm a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, representing members in Alameda County. I am speaking on item number 9. We are completely in support of Proposition 30. This investment in our changing infrastructure will create thousands of well-paying jobs for electrical workers across the state. Our members work in large part outside, exposed to bad air and the heat. We understand well the risk of bad air days and excessive heat. We are among the large majority of Californians who don't make $2 million a year. We're proud to endorse this proposition, which will make it easier for our members to purchase electrical vehicles, make their communities healthier, and provide jobs. We can take a huge step to ensure a better future by supporting the resolution on Prop 30. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Phone number ending in 80501 may begin your comments. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Madam City Clerk?
We can, thank you.
Yes, this is Gene Hazard. Go to cleanoakland.com and look at the status of my complaint against Oakland Promise, and where the courts has already vacated their motion to dismiss my complaint on September 7th. Number 2, Madam President, you could look at deploying half a dozen police officers down in Chinatown, and you can't deploy one police officer around City Hall? How dare you? When you talk about safety of the employees, and we know right around City Hall, help support what Councilmember Fife has been asking for. Put a police officer like you have a half a dozen or more down in Chinatown. Number 3, when are you going to deal with the policy on equal pay initiative in the city? Madam Vice Mayor, Riskin keep pushing you off. Bring it before the council. If you got a policy for equal pay initiative, then give Markeisha Smith what she's entitled to. When Ed Riskin was hired at the same position she was, and he got a lot more money. That's why he doesn't want this to come forward. It's not a personnel matter, it's a policy matter. So you bring that before the council at rules. All of you, I told you I don't like hypocrites and political liars, and this is a good example. It's a good example how you could deploy all these officers down in Chinatown and not have one officer around City Hall. And you tell the council member, oh, we can't do that, but you could deploy them down in Chinatown. How dare you when you talk about public safety and you're going to be supporting Love Life? That's not supporting.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is William Dow. You may unmute yourself and begin your comments. William Dow.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, Bill Dow, Local 6 ILW, retired. I'm speaking in favor of the council with, what is it, the independent review. Put that on because, you know, the A's, what are they afraid of? You know, that's it's just crazy. But let's, you know, don't endanger the maritime industry because of a billionaire real estate project. You know, the city of Oakland could put that money that they want to put into the infrastructure on a whole lot more stuff in Oakland than they can to support a billionaire. And the maritime industry is a proven industry in the area. You know, it's proven. The A's is not. somebody was quoting facts and facts and facts. The fact is that they have no thing. People, they don't have any support for their. They don't have any clients for their buildings that they're talking about. It's all speculation, and about taxes, about it's going to do that. If it's empty, you don't get taxes. And I'm sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense, maybe, but it fries me that you don't pay any attention to the maritime industry. That's a proven industry, and you're endangering it by supporting a development that could be done at the East Oakland Stadium Alliance. The East Oakland Stadium. Anyway, that's my part of my comment. We've spoken so many times, you don't seem to be listening. But you better start facing the facts or you'd be losing the industry. This proven in this area. Already in the valley, they're already looking to ship things that came to Oakland to Los Angeles. So think about it.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Jason Gumatautau.
Greetings, Council President and Council members. First, I'd like to say prayers to all our residents in Oakland that have been impacted by gun violence over the last few days and this whole year. My name is Jason Gumatauta. I'm a District 6 resident and a member of IBW Local 595. I've logged in today to urge a future yes vote from our council so that Oakland can move forward with building over 3,000 units of affordable housing in Howard Terminal. A lot of you know that a number of the developments in Oakland have been able to move affordable housing away from their properties and into other parts of Oakland, essentially separating everybody. Howard Terminal is not doing that. They will keep our community together. Who knows, there may be opportunity for folks on Wood Street to even to move in and stay in West Oakland. So thank you for your time and appreciate you listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Kelsey Hubbard. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Hubbard, and I'm calling with urgent concern about our neighbors and community members at Wood Street in West Oakland. Being on the ground at Wood Street and seeing the economic and emotional trauma that Caltrans is actively inflicting on over 200 residents, while knowing there's a solution the city could provide, is a feeling I cannot put into words. I want to spend some time uplifting the beautiful community that Wood Street is. Unlike many housed residents, our neighbors at Wood Street are a true community, one where everyone is looking out for each other, supporting each other, checking in, and loving each other. Caltrans is actively tearing this community apart, and the city of Oakland is an accomplice standing silent. I've met artists, soil engineers, mechanics, mothers, fathers, brothers at Wood Street. They're all members of our Oakland community. We have so much to learn about humanity from them. They are organized and have a plan. I just don't understand why we're not listening to them. The city has a beautiful opportunity here to collaborate with residents of Wood Street and implement their plan using the Northgate parcel. Where's our compassion, courage, and leadership? What about the city's dedication to a brighter future? For years, Oakland PD has been directing unhoused residents to relocate to the parcel, and now they're being evicted with no humane solution. Why are we treating the most vulnerable, some of the most vulnerable members of our community like this? I believe in Oakland, and I know we can do better. We must do better. I urge the city council to lead with dignity, listen to the humans of Wood Street, and take emergency action now. Use the vacant city-owned 22-acre Northgate parcel around the corner of Wood Street. Provide a location for vehicle dwellers to go and treat all members of Oakland with dignity and respect. And I just want to uplift this conversation of a multi-billion-dollar project at Howard Terminal while we're just leaving residents of our community with nowhere to go. We need to prioritize human needs and the humans that are living in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Carla Collins.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. This is Carla Collins with Signet Testing Labs with the construction services business in Alameda County since 1966. An executive board member with CMAA Northern California. We have over 1,200 members and hundreds of them living and working in Oakland. I'm affiliated with Town Business, launched by Oakland business leaders to promote economic and civic progress, and the Howard Terminal Waterfront Coalition. and I am calling in regarding item number 10. These groups, of course, support the Howard Terminal Waterfront Project, and I urge the City Council to take a binding vote this year on the Development Agreement and Community Benefits Agreement. I'd like to thank the city staff for all that you've done leading up to the project this far, but please don't delay these important votes any longer and miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform and beautify the area for many to share and make the region a more desirable place to go and visit. I've called in numerous times over the last few years to share more of my involvement over Think Big, which was about 10 years ago, of a similar business and community council, which fought to support keeping their NBA Kings in Sacramento and ultimately built a new entertainment and sports center to do just that. Again, I'd be happy to connect you with the Sacramento community leaders who are still involved in leading the city council there, the mayor, the vice mayor, who I'm sure would share the economic evaluations that were done at the time when they were also prospecting that project. And now we're 5 years post-opening, and that project has more than doubled the return on investment. Various agencies had come together, as Lori Baca had mentioned earlier, and this is part of a bigger vision to clear the way to build into Oakland and the region's future. And similarly, there can be a new vision for the Oakland waterfront, which can be beautifully transformed, and this is definitely bigger than baseball. Please vote on this important matter by the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Augustina. You may unmute and begin your comments. Augustina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Augustina Ullman, and I work at SPUR, a Bay Area nonprofit public policy organization. SPUR is in strong support of Prop 30, item number 9 on today's agenda. Climate change is having devastating impacts on California. The American Lung Association estimates that California has the worst air quality in the country. 9 out of the state's 10 worst wildfires have occurred in the last decade, and we can't forget about the unprecedented heat waves a few weeks ago. Prop 30 would provide the long-term funding needed to address the impacts of transportation and wildfires, the 2 largest sources of climate emissions and air pollution. The measure would generate billions, tens of billions of dollars for California and Oakland's priorities, including potentially billions of dollars to support transit agencies like AC Transit, transitioning to zero-emission buses and ferries, school districts transitioning to zero-emission school buses, and local governments like Oakland's transitioning their complex fleets of on- and off-road vehicles to zero emission. The measure centers equity by raising taxes only on the richest 0.2%, those who earn over $2 million a year, by requiring that half of investments directly benefit low-income and disadvantaged communities. Prop 30 will fund many of our state's highest priorities and will bring critical investment to Oakland and the Bay Area. SPUR is part of a broad coalition supporting Prop 30, including state building trades, the California State Firefighters, Democratic Party, environmental justice, and environmental groups. SPUR joins them in urging you to support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is an email, Ro Amin Lohem. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Councilperson Kaplan, for introducing a resolution to urge the WNBA to choose Oakland as a home for an expansion WNBA team. This is Joan Lohman, Roman with Lohman, 27-year Oakland resident of District 4. I'm the co-founder of WNBA Oakland We've Got Next, a fan-based group. I, at 78, have been waiting 26 years to welcome a WNBA team to Oakland. I'm one of thousands who trekked for years to Sacramento to support the WNBA. We will all show up at Oracle Arena for our own team. Oakland's superb fan base deserves a home team. And our stellar women's sports community includes state champions at Oakland Tech and Bishop O'Dowd. I hope you've been following the recent riveting WNBA finals. There were sold out, enthusiastic crowds showing up in Las Vegas and Connecticut. When the WNBA comes to Oakland, Oracle Arena will rock with the roar of women's hoop fans. The WNBA's strong social and racial justice platform and support for the LGBTQI community is a perfect fit for our community. So look for a petition online in the near future that will ask the WNBA to give us a franchise. And council, I urge all of you to give this resolution, which is 2.17 item on your calendar, your unanimous support. WNBA Oakland, we've got next. And after my comments, I would just add a moment of silence for those who were injured and hurt today, and for those of you who've been traumatized by the events there at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Ray Bobbitt.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I would be remiss if I didn't say that I want to extend a moment of silence. So, Madam Clerk, I would not like to give up my time, but I do want to use the next 20 seconds in silence for the people who were shot and lay injured in front of us as we all sit here and come together to try to help our city. So can you please take the next 20 seconds and then I can speak after. Thank you. I think we have to make sure we don't ever become desensitized to people, particularly getting shot and injured in our city. And I'm here to commit and to promise that the AASEG continues to move forward in developing jobs and creation of jobs at the Coliseum site for our community, as we know that jobs are certainly a contribution to crime prevention. Very much in support of the resolution of Vice Mayor Kaplan, and want to make sure we get the support for an African-American led women's organization. But again, I just feel very affected by what happened as I sat here in the queue to talk. So I just want to leave with my prayers to the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Peggy. You may unmute and begin your comments. Peggy. Right. Peggy. All right. Next in the queue is Evie Wang. Evie Wang.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm off site. My name is Evie Huang. I am a customs broker and freight forwarder, user of port services. I'm also the president of the Northern California Customs Brokers Supporter Association, calling in concern for the need for the independent cost-benefit analysis that the city of Oakland should do and need to do before they make any decisions forward. The city of Oakland needs independence from the wishes of a land developer, a sole land developer, who wants to make a deal making luxury condos and multiplex use out of a industrial zone, and what is now still port land use. Before we take any port land away from maritime use, everything should be evaluated whether this is the course that the city of Oakland wants to go. And the city of Oakland owes it to its residents that they evaluate what is best for environmental justice, what is the future of Oakland, and to take note that Santa Clara made a deal with 49ers 10 years ago. And it has been found out now that they were not completely honest and transparent. There's a lot of lack of trust now a lack of community engagement, and promises made, promises broken. And we should review what is necessary for the Port of Oakland and for the City of Oakland, that the future will be sustainable and bright for all. Appreciate the time to speak, and hope that Oakland City Council make the right decision.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is a phone number ending in 9932. You may unmute and begin your comments, please. Thank you.
Black Homeless Advocate. I'd like to once again mention League of Black Voters and Poll Workers. Folks, we got to get out here and get these homeless working as poll workers. I'd like to talk about really quickly about Brett Favre and the comparison of Michael Vick. Let's see how long Brett Favre goes to jail for the $5 million that he stole to build a facility, volleyball facility at the Mississippi University. $77 million have been stolen from welfare money. Why do I bring this up? Because it was stolen through a nonprofit ran by a woman by the name of Nancy New and her son. They stole over $136 million over a period of time. My point is, when the money is taken from the top, it causes crime at the bottom. Why are we having shootings? Why are we having broken windows? Because money that comes in that is destined for the Black population of homeless people and poor people keeps getting reassigned to people like the Lau family and Central de la Lodge and all the organizations that you guys want to choose, while the people at the bottom keep scribing harder and harder, and we have more shootings, more car break windows, all kinds of purse snatchings. This is what causes it. It's cause and effect. I want to coin a new phrase: Black, what I would call criminal racism. There's a criminal racism when you take the Black dollar and give it to other people. That's racism against the Black people. This is what hurts us. This is why we're hurting. And all the labor people that called up about their jobs, there's no jobs for Black people. How many percentages do you have? Plumbers, carpenters? How many of your people are Black people? And you talk about programs that are for the young people. Where's the Mandela Project? You should already have people working in these youth programs that get employment. What it really equates to is a ballpark where no one will be able to, a family of four can't afford a hot dog. So let's just skip that. Also, I want to talk about
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Peter Brown.
Hi, thanks. Peter Brown, 52 years, District 4 resident, raised 2 kids, 12 years Laney College faculty, industrial technology. I'm speaking on item 10. I want to hold my city council accountable to push forward on the independent economic study. I was at Laney when we fought off the A's proposal to build a stadium and other affairs on our campus. And what you'll find when the economic study is done is what we found when we did our research, which is that every promise they made evaporates into thin air. It's built on nothing. It's not true. And the A's as a corporation are a corporation of investors. They're not baseball fans. I would suggest that if the A's can't make enough money playing baseball at the Coliseum, they should donate the team to the city of Oakland and go be real estate investors like they really are. I also want to say that investment today is not what it used to be. It is not benign, and it exists to extract money from communities. Oakland is millions and millions and millions of dollars in debt to banks and investment corporations, and it pays 42% of its budget to policing. And I'll say no amount of policing, we could pay 60% of our budget. No amount of policing will stop frustrated, underpaid, underfed, underhoused, underemployed, undereducated residents from venting their frustration in self-destructive ways. Lastly, the United Nations described Oakland's housing policies as deliberately cruel. Well, these gifts to international investors are the reason why, and paying 42% of our budget to policing is why. We've got to get out from under this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Ms. Asada. You may unmute and begin your comments. Ms. Asada.
I dialed 510. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to address the fact that on the consent agenda, you have 9 items that are placed there because of Rule 28. Those 9 items mean that they did not go to rules, they did not go to any commission or body for discussion. So you are just blindly approving these items. Most of these items have to do with homeless services, housing development, engineering services, transportation recovery, architectural, public works architect contracts, and there's some other things. But here's the thing, I added up all the money of those 9 items that you're gonna rubber stamp today. And it's $66,116 that you're gonna rubber stamp for approval. Now, you're doing things like this, and it results in situations like you approved $5 million for the approval of the Lau family to get fall housing, okay? Now it turns out the Lau family didn't follow any proper procedure, and the money is practically being denied. This is what you do. You approve spending of funds. In many cases, you have not taken the time to analyze like you're supposed to do in your committee meeting. I'm gonna repeat, you have 9 Rule 28 items that have to do with over $13 million to issues that are important, housing issues and other issues. And you have no discussion. You didn't put it on the non-consent. Rule 28, it's a disgrace how you run this business.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Oscar Garcia, California Enviro Voters. Oscar Garcia, you may unmute and begin your comments, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, City Council members. Thank you so much for your time and dedication to the City of Oakland. Once again, my name is Oscar Garcia with California Environmental Voters. Our offices are located right here in downtown Oakland and really love being part of this community. Here at California Environmental Voters, we don't see a path moving forward, solving the climate crisis without something like Proposition 30's ballot initiative, without something that generates massive revenue to transition transportation and make clean transportation more accessible and affordable. What the state is doing with the governor's executive orders on clean cars only impacts the supply side of clean transportation and clean cars. What it doesn't do is address the equity and demand side of transportation and clean cars. And that's what this ballot initiative does. That's what Proposition 30 does, which makes it essential in the perspective of accelerating and achieving change the way we have to see it. The 2 main contributors to air pollution are transportation and wildfires now. California forests are no longer carbon sinks. They are now part of the problem and need to be managed correctly and with compassion and care. To address these issues, we need a steady revenue source, not at the mercy of the state budget. Proposition 30 provides clean air programs and progressive funding with a focus on equity and provides up to $100 billion over the next 20 years, not at the mercy of the state budget. Please do your homework and don't listen to the misinformation or rhetoric. This is not a corporate backed scheme to go into the pockets of them. 98% of non-gig workers will benefit directly from the funding in this source, as well as bringing pure equity and justice to low-income communities that would provide up to $45 billion in rebates and charging stations to transition our communities to cleaner environments. We urge the City Council to vote yes on supporting Proposition 30. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Armando Solorzano.
Thank you. The mass evictions at Wood Street are a humanitarian catastrophe. People are being told there's nowhere for them to exist in safety. If this community is broken up, people will be separated from the support networks they rely on for survival. Their property and vehicles are being destroyed. They will be more exposed to violence. The immunocompromised and the disabled won't be able to shelter from BA5. We know there's not enough housing, but there are a lot of empty lots, especially the 22 acres at Northgate. Please give the residents access to this land to continue their community. The Wood Street Commons and Cobb on Wood provide important services to the unhoused community, such as food, housing, protection from violence, protection from over-policing, counseling, music, friendship, and community. They're not a source of blight in the community. They're a source of vibrancy. They are offering community leadership, and the local political class seemingly can't provide basic services like reliable and orderly garbage pickup. You can't deal with the dumping. You're not addressing the social crisis, the mental health and the housing crisis. You don't have the political will to stand up to the corporate real estate interests that are driving up rents and mortgages. So honor the leadership shown by the Wood Street community, and they're implementing grassroots solutions out of necessity for survival. Provide land for people to exist on without fear of sweeps and violence and incarceration. It's a civil rights issue. The disabled aren't being accommodated in this eviction process. It's discrimination. There's a lot of trauma being inflicted on people, and they're being treated differently because they're poor. We hear a lot about historical injustice to communities of color and all that, and love life and all that. And it's a lot of nice words, but we need the action. The money that should be spent on the solution is being spent on policing. The encampment management policy is inhumane. It's not a solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to give Peggy a chance to speak again. Peggy, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments. Peggy. All right, next in the queue is West Oakland Cultural Action Network. You may unmute and begin your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. Good afternoon and welcome back from break, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. First, we send our thoughts and prayers to the two people shot in Oscar Grant Plaza and pray for their complete recovery and for the healing of everyone in our beloved town. I want to speak on item 217 and thank Vice Mayor Kaplan for the resolution in support of an WNBA team in Oakland. With respect to item 10, I rode my bike down from Market Street to Embarcadero, then over to Jacqueline Square this morning. And the truck traffic at Market and Embarcadero is a hazard to cyclists and pedestrians, and the pavement and infrastructure is in dire need of investment. I look forward to the possibility that truck traffic may be shifted into the port proper in the near future. The update on the Waterfront Ballpark District memo has some exciting news. Firstly, I want to thank Councilmember Fife, my councilwoman, for her leadership on a West Oakland engagement in the community benefits process. The community benefits framework recommendations developed by participants that included West Oakland Benefits for Equity, which WOCAN has been a participant of since its inception, the Chinatown Coalition, Jack London Improvement District, and Oakland United will be brought to City Council as part of the comprehensive package. In addition, the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Agreement Steering Committee priority recommendation of $50 million for affordable housing ownership opportunities to address long-time and displaced Black West Oaklanders is also included. While you have not yet seen the development agreement or financial analysis, this appears, at least at first read, a very positive advance. I look forward to our council investing in the future of our city for the good of all of our communities, and the city securing a square deal with the A's to secure the investment in West Oakland, the A's in the town, so future generations can enjoy the unique fan culture and African-American.
Next in the queue is Jeffrey Pete. He is the last speaker that raised their hand before the call of the queue. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm speaking on behalf of Jeffrey Pete, and we are speaking on number 217, which is bringing the WNBA to Oakland. And this will support Oakland's economic infrastructure in many ways. The economic influence that Oakland could experience with a contract with the WNBA could prove to be beneficial to its constituents in the form of employment opportunities, to small business owners in the form of vending opportunities and increased sales during events and games, and a benefit to the Coliseum owners with a solid and sufficient tenant. All of these points further the economic health of the city, and also it gives residents, something to corral around, and it gives them a reason to build solidarity. With the current state of the A's and the Warriors, having the WNBA would be beneficial in building community balance, and we support this motion. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed? There were several hands that were raised after the end of the queue. Call the queue.
Yes, I do want to note that when you announced that was the last speaker, I saw 9 hands that were up at that time, with the last person being Bert Boltuch. So I would like to allow them 1 minute since they have been waiting.
Okay, put 1 minute on the clock. Thank you. So I will read the names that the hands that are raised, and we will proceed in that order. We have James A. Iron Workers, Local 378, followed by Cynthia Billings Rowan, followed by Kat, followed by Xenophone Abraham and Stanley Cooper, Mike Henneberry, Danny Blackman, Maidu, Bert Boltuch, and I have a Kazin Betts LaCroix. Next in the queue is James A. Iron Workers. You may unmute and begin your comments. 1 minute. James A. Iron Workers. Okay. Cynthia Billings Rowan. You may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am against the Howard Terminal being given over to be privatized by the Fisher Consortium. It is, yes, it is bigger than baseball because it's not about keeping the A's in Oakland. It is a land grab. Pure and simple, by a wily billionaire dangling bright, shiny object in front of you. You are complicit with Libby and all of her backroom deals by putting Measure U $850 bond measure on the ballot, falsely promoting the measure would allow you to keep your promise to not spend tax dollars by getting us to settle ourselves with a bond measure, which is not free, for 40 years, whereas the A's team could leave in 25 years. This is not beneficial to Oakland.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Kat, caller by the name of Kat. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you very much. I'm a resident of District 2 and a worker in District 5, and I'm speaking on agenda item 2.3 regarding our 200 Oakland community members that are being displaced in the Caltrans eviction along Wood Street. The quality of a city is measured on how it treats its most vulnerable and unresourced residents. I urge you to stop passing off the responsibility of providing a safe, sanitary, and accessible place to go for all the unhoused citizens that you keep sweeping and pushing to the margins. Wood Street residents have a plan. The city should work with these residents to implement this plan, and many of my community members have already spoken about the Northgate parcel. This is vacant land, and this is an emergency situation. This is an opportunity to do something radical, think outside of the box, and make partnerships in places that are actually very fertile breeding grounds for a stronger and healthier community. I really urge the council members to think seriously on these people.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Xenophone Abraham.
Hi, I haven't been called Xenophone since I was 6 years old, but anyway, Zenny Abraham of Zenny 62 Media. I am going to shift gears and say I'm dramatically delighted that the shooting was not inside City Hall, having worked in City Hall, and know all of you and love you all as family of a sort. I think it's important we keep in mind our priorities regarding our relationships and our care about each other as human beings, and realize that what's going on outside of us is because there's a lack of money, and we need to work on getting money and to places and people like we haven't before, rather than focusing on guns. We do that all the time. It's guns and butter. We don't say, hey, look, are we getting money to people who need it the most? And the answer is we're not. They're reacting. There's a lot of economic anxiety, and we're seeing it, feeling it's getting too close. We got to take action right now. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Stanley Cooper. You may unmute and begin your comments. Stanley Cooper.
Can you hear me first of all before we start the time?
Yes.
All right. First of all, hello, City Council. I think most of you all know me, at least my name. My name is Stanley Cooper. Born and raised in Oakland. I didn't travel here. I'm born and raised right here. I want to speak on a few things real quick. First thing I would like you to do is implement the disparity study. I think we all know the unfairness and the unbalancedness of these contracts coming out of Oakland. We need locals and minorities to have more contracts with the A's. If they want to go to Vegas, let them go. I mean, I keep hearing about, oh, we're going to beautify Oakland. It's already beautiful down there, and let them be developers, like I heard one speaker say. What we should do down there is dredge, add more cranes, add more jobs. Longshoremen make way more money than anybody other than A's baseball players. They make more money. So let's create more jobs and do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Mike Henneberry. You may unmute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for extending the comment period. My name is Mike Henneberry. I'm a business agent for Teamsters Local 853 in Oakland, California. We represent concession vendors at the Coliseum and ready-mix drivers in construction, so we literally have feet on both sides of the Howard Terminal development and support it 100%. The BCDC question, which has come up repeatedly, has been settled. It's no longer a question. We're against the independent review. It's another stalling tactic. Let's move this project forward so everybody in Oakland can prosper. Please take action on the DDA and the community development package as soon as possible. Let's keep to a schedule that is expedited, and let's get the approval to get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Danny Blackman. You may unmute and begin your comments, please. Danny, thank you.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Danny Blackman. I am a office manager, rape crisis counselor for SF Women Against Rape, and a resident of Oakland, and a concerned community member regarding on section 2.3 for the 200 people that are being displaced on Wood Street right now. Housing is a human right, and the city has not been treating it as such. And I think that, it is essential that we help these people. They have a plan, and the city needs to collaborate with them and get safe and stable housing for these community members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Maydu, Courage, California.
Hi, my name is Mai Do, Policy and Partnerships Lead with Courage California, speaking on item 9. Courage believes that California has the opportunity to be a beacon of equitable democracy, which includes being a leader in tackling the threat of climate change. And our state's communities this year have the chance to lead on so many fronts. And Proposition 30 is one of the ways we can do so, which is why we're encouraging the City Council to join us in supporting Prop 30. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Bert Boltouch. You may unmute and begin your comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bert Boltuck. Thank you, members of the City Council, giving me the opportunity to speak. As you know, I've spoken to you many times before. Before I start my comments, I again want to extend my thoughts to the victims and their families, especially those who were suffered yesterday and today. I'm tired of thoughts, but we'll leave that for another day. I'm here to speak about item 10. I've been a decades resident and business owner in Oakland. I'm one of the founders and current leaders of Town Business. I urge, I implore you, just vote. You are elected leaders. Do not kick the can further down the road. Do not accede to another delay tactic. I'm not going to speak about the merits. You have studied the issue. We spent tens of thousands of hours and dollars on this. Just vote on Howard Terminal, up or down. We deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Kazin LaCroix.
Hi, my name is Kaizen Betz-Lacroix, and I'm calling in support of the over 200 Oakland residents who are in danger of being displaced by Caltrans at Wood Street. The things Caltrans is doing are unconscionable. They're threatening to rip apart in a community that's built at Wood Street, destroy people's personal property, and displace people who have nowhere else to go. The city-run RV sites are full. The non-congregant shelter options are full. This is an emergency, and City Council has to act to bring safety to some of our most vulnerable residents. Because this isn't a situation where there's no clear option. The Wood Street residents have a plan. There's a 22-acre parcel of city land that is sitting unused, totally vacant, just around the corner from the encampment. There is no reason for City Council not to collaborate with the Wood Street residents, work collaboratively, and implement the plan that they've brilliantly put together and create a good solution for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Council President Boss. That was the last hand raised that we acknowledged.
Madam Clerk, you said the last public speaker was called?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you to members of the public who have joined us, and thank you to those who have spoken on items on the agenda, as well as some additional comments recognizing everything that is happening in our beloved city. I do want to share briefly an update. I did receive word that one of the two victims who was shot outside City Hall was pronounced. So I do want to pause here to recognize that life that was lost, to send condolences and healing prayers to that person's loved ones. This is absolutely not what should be happening every day here in Oakland, and I know that this council is committed to making our city safer and to providing the safety, the healing, and much more, the resources that our citizens, our residents need. We will do a moment of silence at the end of the meeting for those of you who would like to make sure we adjourn in memory of those whose lives have been lost and take time to honor their loved ones. Please know that we'll have time towards the end of our agenda. We are leaders here at the City of Oakland, whether we are elected officials or we are our very talented staff who are helping us to run this meeting and do our business. I know this is probably hard for many of you, and it may be triggering knowing that many of us have been touched by violence. Nonetheless, we will move forward knowing that there's a lot of business at hand. I did have an opportunity also to look out the window, and I want to make sure that as we move forward, I also thank the first responders who were responding immediately, our police department, our paramedics, our fire department. I saw some of our violence prevention staff out there as well. It will take all of us to continue to make our city safer. Okay, so with that, we will move on to our non-consent calendar. Madam Clerk, can you please read in the items?
Going to item 2, which is the consent calendar. Starting with item 2.1, a resolution renewing and continuing the City Council's declaration of a local emergency due to the existence of a critical public health crisis with regard to HIV and AIDS. Item 2.2, a resolution renewing the City Council's declaration of a local public health emergency with respect to safe, affordable access to medical cannabis in the City of Oakland. Item 2.3 has been moved to the non-consent calendar. Item 2.4 is withdrawn at this time. Item 2.5, a resolution accepting and selecting panel slate of Police Commissioner Jesse Say and one alternate Police Commissioner, Angela Jackson Castaigne, to serve on the City of Oakland Police Commission. Item 2.6, a resolution authorizing the City Council to execute a letter of support for the infrastructure grant programs project under the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development Infill Infrastructure Grant Program in connection with 285 12th Street, 500 Lake Park Apartments, 2700 International Boulevard, 3050 International Boulevard, 3135 San Pablo Avenue, 34th and San Pablo Avenue, Agnes Memorial Senior Housing, Longfellow Corner, and Mandela Station. Item 2.7, a resolution accepting and appropriating and authorizing an agreement for receipt of grant funds from the California Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency in the amount of $2,100,152 for a term of September 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2024 to implement the Family Homelessness Challenge project, awarding grant agreements to 4 homeless services providers using the above funds to implement the FHC project through June 30th, 2024, accepting and appropriating FHC funds that become available for the same purposes through June 30th, 2024, and authorizing the city administrator to amend the above grant agreements to increase the amounts within the limits of the FHC funds, and authorizing a contribution from the general purpose fund in an amount equivalent to the central services overhead charges in an estimated amount of $37,000. Item 2.8 includes the following pieces of legislation: a resolution authorizing the city administrator to negotiate, finalize, and execute a no-fee license agreement with Resources for Community Development or their affiliated entity or entities to manage and maintain city-owned parcels located at 3823 through 3829 Martin Luther King Jr. Way for a period of 1 year, and adopting findings supporting a below-market license for use and maintenance of the site, and a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into an unsecured pre-development loan agreement with Resources for Community Development or their affiliated entity or entities in the amount not to exceed $2 million to cover project development and carrying and maintenance costs associated with the maintenance of the property located at 3823 through 3829 Martin Luther King Jr. Way, and future development of 77 units of affordable housing. Item 2.9, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into a professional services agreement with Alta Planning Design for an amount not to exceed $3,208,116 to provide engineering services for the 7th Street Connection Project and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 2.10, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into a professional services agreement with Kimberly Horn for an amount not to exceed $2,549,620 to provide engineering services for the 73rd Avenue Active Connections to Transit Project and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 2.11, a resolution granting a conditional revocable major encroachment permit to San Pablo LLC to allow portions of the above grade enclosed space to encroach into the public right-of-way along 65th Street adjacent to 6500 San Pablo Avenue and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 2.12, a resolution waiving the competitive request for proposals requirement and increasing the on-call architectural services agreement with Murakami Nelson Architectural Corporation for the Brookfield Library and East Oakland Senior Center capital improvement project by an amount not to exceed $1 million, bringing the total contract amount from $500,000 to $1,500,000, and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 2.13, a resolution waiving further advertising and bidding and authorizing the city administrator to award a construction contract in an amount not to exceed $850,000 for the Holy Mini Park renovation project and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 2.14, a resolution awarding 2 contracts to Townsend Public Affairs to serve as the City of Oakland state lobbyists and provide grant support from October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2024. for total amount not to exceed $420,000, and to serve as the City of Oakland federal lobbyist and provide grant support from October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2024, for an amount not to exceed $252,000, and authorizing the city administrator without further council action to exercise an option to renew each contract for a third year under the same terms and conditions for an amount not to exceed $210,000 for the third year of the state lobbyist contract and $126,000 for the third year of the federal lobbyist contract, and authorizing the city administrators to waive the city's local small business program requirements. Item 215, a resolution in support of Proposition 1, which if passed by the voters in the general election on November 8th, 2022, would amend the California Constitution to expressly provide that the state shall not deny or interfere with an individual's reproductive freedom, which includes their fundamental right to choose to have an abortion and their fundamental right to choose or refuse contraceptives. Item 216, a resolution celebrating Oaksterdam University's 15th anniversary as the world's first cannabis college, declaring November 10th Oaksterdam University Day, and applauding the university's commitment to providing students with the knowledge and skills necessary to lead to the cannabis industries. Item 217, a resolution urging the Women's National Basketball Association to provide Oakland as the home for WNBA team. Item 218, a resolution confirming the appointment of Ricky Jackson as a member of the Children's Initiative Oversight Commission. Item 219, an informational report from the city administrator, which includes a report on the current and historical clearance rates of violent crimes and a plan to create and implement an investigation management database and a corresponding clearance rate dashboard to track the progress in clearing cases to ensure accountability for perpetrators of violent acts against Oaklanders, being closure for violent crime victims and their families, and deter potential violent acts. And the last item, the information report from the Oakland Police Department describing OPD's use of the company critical incident videos, including but not limited to cost per video, OPD's involvement in editing process, the role of the city's leadership or OPD oversight bodies in editing or review, how OPD decides when to release the CIV videos, and the timing of OPD's release of raw footage. And that concludes your consent calendar.
So moved. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. However, I do want to make sure we have an opportunity to hear comments on the consent calendar before taking the vote. First is Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you also for your words previously regarding the matters of violence in our community and making sure we support our community. That's incredibly important, and we need to, as many of the speakers noted, do more to support those who are struggling and do more to stop the violence. So thank you for that. In terms of the items before us on this consent calendar, I want to speak to a couple of them. First of all, I want to acknowledge that many fundamental rights that have been established in this nation for decades are under attack right now from the United States Supreme Court and a growing right-wing movement across this nation, which has even included the right-wing white supremacist group, the Proud Boys, coming into Alameda County to attack LGBT people and perpetrate their right-wing agenda. And so it is really important that we speak up and speak out and fight for basic rights, including the right to reproductive freedom. This is item 2.15 on our agenda, would put us on the record in support of California Proposition 1, which would protect reproductive freedom. And I want to be clear, this not only protects the right to abortion, which itself is absolutely essential to protect, but it also protects the right both to use contraception and the right not to use contraception. And in the troubling history in this nation of abuses have included oppressions of both kinds, both those who have been forced to carry a child to term against their will, and people who have experienced forced sterilization and other abuses involving forced contraception. And so this constitutional amendment would protect the right to choose to have a child and the right to choose not to have a child. It would protect the right to use contraception and the right to decline it. And so I urge your aye vote in support of item 2.15, in support of Proposition 1 in California. Second of all, item 2.16, honoring the anniversary of Oaksterdam University and the continued effort to end the racist, wasteful, foolish policy of prohibition, which has been so destructive for so many years and has cost billions of dollars. In terms of just a little piece of Oakland history that I think it's important to share, when we talk about the importance of spending resources fighting violence versus how else resources are used, on the morning of the worst mass murder in living memory in the city of Oakland, hundreds of armed law enforcement officers were dispatched not to help stop the mass murder, not to help catch the mass murderer. They were sent to shut down legal cannabis facilities in the city of Oakland, including Oaksterdam University. And so we honor the fight against prohibition and all the ways that we need to end it that hurts our community. And finally, item 2.17, calling on the WNBA to authorize Oakland as a location for a new WNBA team. It is important that we uplift hope. It is important that we uplift opportunity. It is important that we acknowledge that women hold up half the sky and that we can have positivity in a way that also generates jobs and revenue, that supports our community, that supports the use of the amazing arena that we have here in the city of Oakland, and bring back the roar to Roracle with the WNBA team. I urge your aye vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kolb. Councilmember Kolb. Okay, let's move on to Councilmember Taylor and go back to Kolb.
Certainly. Can you hear me okay, Madam President?
You can.
Thank you. So similarly, I am supportive of the consent calendar. I will be voting in favor of it. I did want to acknowledge, even though it is removed from the agenda, item 2.4 regarding the teleconference meetings, I do think that we need to quickly move to allowing these in-person meetings and folks to attend in person. So I just wanted to register that. Let's see, when it comes to item 2.10, I also wanted to just make some comments. This is a huge win for District 6. It's something that I've been working on with DOT to help move forward, provide feedback on, make sure that we've got community engagement. The 73rd Avenue connections between Eastmont Mall, the BRT, and the BART station, making sure that we've got easy, affordable, safe access and transportation. So wanted to appreciate all who have worked to inform this project, develop the grant proposals, advocate on behalf of East Oakland. Let's see, also S219, this is the information report that I know was heard at the most recent Public Safety Committee meeting. It is important for those who may not have had a chance to take a look. It helps us to understand where we are with respect to the clearance rates, our ability to solve violent crimes in the city, the gaps, the needs that are there. It kind of reinforces the support and the need for the budget win that I'm glad to have advocated for, and thankful for the rest of the council in supporting, so that we can invest in and support OPD in building out an investigations management database. And so wanted to register my strong support for this, the information that's in there, and recommend that those who haven't had a chance to really review it do so. And those are my comments on the balance of the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kolb.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I, of course, will be supporting the consent calendar, I just wanted to call brief attention to item 2.8. This is the affordable housing project that a number of folks have been working on, including myself, for a number of years at near the corner of MLK and West MacArthur, including the corner. It's actually a few different lots adjacent to each other. And this is an important funding addition that will help get us across the finish line. So very excited about this 100% affordable housing project. I think it's about 74 units or so. So happy to support 2.8. I'm very excited about that. Certainly very strongly support Proposition 1, which is mentioned in our item 2.15. Thank you for bringing this forward to my colleagues. It's very, very important that we make a statement statewide throughout our country that we are supportive of reproductive freedom and the choice for women to decide decide what's best for their own bodies and their own lives. 2.16, happy to support the Oaksterdam anniversary. I've been to some of their anniversary celebrations before. It's a great institution, and I'm very happy that they're here in Oakland. I did want to comment or ask a question or two of item 2.19. So if one of our deputy chiefs or assistant chiefs or somebody who represents investigations is here, I believe, I think there is I thought I saw Deputy Chief Allison or one of the lieutenants from the investigations, but I wanted to just ask, I appreciate the information in this investigation staff report. I would have liked to have seen even more information, but I guess the questions, which we're not going to decide right now, but what I want to know is what more can we all do, OPD, the council, the administration, even the public, and that will help us solve more of the serious and violent crimes, not just the homicides, of course, but not just the homicides. What can we do more of to solve the most serious and the most violent crimes that are happening in Oakland? And so, yeah, I guess I'm not expecting a long answer right now, but that's something that we should be continually asking ourselves and making adjustments. I mean, my experience over the past 10 years on the council, talking to police captains and chiefs and deputy chiefs and others in the community, that when we're successful in solving a crime and passing it along to the district attorney, and really taking people off the streets who are habitually committing serious violent crimes, that ends up reducing crime, maybe not permanently, but for quite a while. And so if there's more that the community can do, there's more that OPD can do, there's more that the council can do to help solve more crimes and have a robust investigations division, I'm all for it. And I'd like that information to come to the council and come to the public beyond just what's in this staff report today. And if there's any initial response or brief response from OPD here today, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Councilmember Kolb. I'll make my remarks, and then Assistant Chief Allison, who is acting chief at this moment, if you would like to comment, I'll invite you to comment. I did want to speak briefly to that item as well. It's item S 2.19, Violent Crime Investigations Management. I concur, Councilmember Kolb, that part of increasing and strengthening our public safety system is making sure that our police officers are effective at solving crime, which is one way that we can prevent crime. And for members of the public who may not have had an opportunity to see this report, we do have our clearance or solve rates in the report. This year, in 2020 and 21, they were below 50%, meaning less than 50% of the homicide cases went to having someone charged. That is below the national average, as I understand it. And one of the ways we can be more impactful preventing crime is increasing those rates, solving those crimes. And I do want to just put on the record that last year when the council passed our budget, we were very explicit in prioritizing filling investigative positions along with ceasefire. So I recall that last fall, Chief Armstrong reassigned 6 officers into investigations this recent budget that we passed includes three new investigative positions. So it is something that I know the council is committed to as part of our more comprehensive violence prevention strategy. I'll stop there, and AC Allison, if you would like to provide more information on this item, please do.
Thank you, Council President, and through the chair to Council Member Cobb. Certainly, I'll keep my response brief because I know we don't have a lot of time, but obviously there's a lot of layers to public safety and particular crime prevention and solvability rates. Just in a real brief summation, I think staffing, technology, and partnerships are key. Obviously, patrol staffing to be able to respond to crimes and have quality preliminary investigations, and certainly sufficient investigators to investigate crimes and ensure that the capacity that they're met with have substantial investigators to do the follow-up work, and then technology to leverage investigative tracking and leads and data information to solve crimes. And then certainly the third piece of it is partnerships, not only partnerships with our justice system partners, but with our community-based organizations and utilization of our partnerships with the ceasefire strategy, working in collaboration together with those partnerships, technology and staffing. Certainly the more robust those components are, the better we can solve crimes, clear cases, and bring individuals who bring harm to the community to justice.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one quick follow-up comment, through the chair? Thank you, Assistant Chief Allison. Any more information you can provide to us, not right now at this meeting, but in terms of, is there certain technologies that will help with investigations or have been proven to help with investigations that we need to invest more in? If there is, are there things that community or merchants associations, for example, or who knows, can do more of to assist? I realize it's not easy to solve every crime. Sometimes it takes, the right person being in the wrong place at the wrong time to be a witness. But if there's more that we can be proactively doing, please make sure that the council is aware of that so we can make our decisions accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council President Bass. I just want to, number one, register my condolences for all of the individuals who've lost their lives. Recently, it seems to be some serious incidents that are happening across the city over the last few days. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to send my love and concern. But I think what people want to know, number one, is will there be justice for the individuals who have lost their lives, number one, and then number two, how will we be safer? And I want to let the public know that we will be having some very focused public safety conversations about those issues very soon, not only in my district, but countywide. So I want people to understand that we are taking this very seriously, but there also needs to be an end to the misinformation that's going on in the city around why this violence is happening. There are a lot of narratives, lots of conjecture, but very little truth and facts. And that's what we need to get to so we can accurately solve what's happening. And that includes increasing the rate of how we do solve these crimes, but that's not what we're here to talk about right now. I do want to register my deep disappointment with how this consent calendar is moving forward, similar to what was stated by a member of the public. So I want to register my no vote on items 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, and 2.10, not because, and 2.14, not because I think that these are bad items, but because they have not gone to committee. I have several of these items that are happening in my district, and I've had no conversation from HCD, HSD, or DOT about any of these items, nor do I see the benefit of our lobbyists' work reflective in my district. I know there are so many good things that are happening in the city, but if I am not in conversation with the individuals who are helping to bring that good work, or nor do I see the reality of how those things play out, it makes it difficult for me to vote yes for them. I think we have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers and residents of the city to do our due diligence in making sure that what we are passing and voting yes for actually has impact. And we can see with the homelessness audit that we might not be doing that. So I want to move with caution and do my due diligence to ensure that at least what's coming through my district, I've been able to put eyes on and have briefings with the city staff around so I can vote confidently and strongly with a yes vote on whatever comes forward, especially in items on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Just given that comment and the comment from the member of the public, I did raise at our last council meeting where we approved our virtual meetings that myself and President Pro Tem Tao, the chair of our rules committee, will be bringing an item to the council in terms of updating our rules and procedure. And we have discussed this in the past. I won't go into it given noticing, but we will be responsive to the need for more committee meetings so that we have more daylight on a number of these items. Okay, let's go ahead and call the vote. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk.
On a motion to approve the consent calendar moved by Pro Tem Tao, seconded by Council Member Gallo, noting that Council Member 5 has voted no on item 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.10, and 2.14. On the roll, Council Member 5.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Gallo.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed.
I apologize, I lost connection and couldn't weigh in on that one. I hope you can hear me okay.
I can, thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Thank you. Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
Thank you. And Council President Boss.
Aye.
Thank you. And the consent calendar has been approved with a vote of 8 ayes.
Thank you. We do not have any public hearings today, so we'll move on to item 4.
Item number 4, oral report of final decisions made during closed session and disclosure of non-confidential closed session discussions.
Thank you. Let's hear a report from our City Attorney's Office, Amadis Sotelo.
Good afternoon, President Boss and members of the City Council. This is Amadis Sotelo from the City Attorney's Office. We have 3 final decisions to report out from closed session. These are all from the September 15th, 2022 closed session. So the first one is titled California Capital Insurance Company as subrogee of 350 4th Street LLC versus City of Oakland and does 1 through 25 inclusive. It's Alameda County Superior Court case number RG 211102644. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $45,000. In terms of the facts and issues, on December 1st, 2020, at approximately 12 p.m., a city sewer main backed up at Webster and Embarcadero, causing raw sewage to flood plaintiff's insured basement through a cleanout valve located at 350 4th Street in Oakland, California. Plaintiff alleges the city's main sewer line failed after a buildup of heavy grease prevented normal flow of sewage in the city's sewer main and resulted in the flooding of the insured's basement. Plaintiff is claiming real property damage in the amount of $86,715.01 and prejudgment interest at 10% per annum for the date of the payment. Plaintiff also claims attorneys, fees, and costs. The proof settlement resolves all claims with plaintiff in this matter. There was a motion made by Councilmember Cobb. The motion was seconded by Councilmember Gallo. There were 6 aye votes from council members Fife, Gallo, Cobb, Kaplan, Reed, and Taylor, and there were 2 council members absent, Council Members Tao and President Fortunato Boss. The next report from September 15th, 2022
The name of the action was Sania Latif versus City of Oakland, County of Alameda, State of California, and Does 1 through 100. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $110,000. In terms of the facts issues, on August 6, 2018, plaintiff Sania Latif, then 23 years old, was crossing the street near 3933 Loma Vista Avenue when they fell and suffered a sprained ankle, ligament tear, knee injury, cuts, and bruises. Latif attributes the fall to a pothole in the street and alleges that this defect was a dangerous condition of public property and that the city had notice of it. Latif seeks damages for medical expenses and pain and suffering. The approved settlement resolves all claims with plaintiff in this matter. There was a motion made by Councilmember Gallo, motion seconded by Councilmember Taylor. There were 6 aye votes from Councilmembers Fife, Gallo, Call, Kaplan, Reed, and Taylor, and 2 council members were absent, Councilmembers Tao and President Fortunato Boss. The third and final closed session report of final action from September 15, 2022 is for the matter titled Kate Didich versus City of Oakland and Does 1 through 20 inclusive. This is Alameda County Superior Court case number RG 190-30982. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $65,000. In terms of the facts issues, on July 8th, 2018, plaintiff Kate Didich was riding an electric scooter downhill on Vernon Street when the scooter's front tire became caught in a sinkhole. Didich fell to the ground and was later diagnosed with a closed displaced fracture of the bony tip of the right elbow. Didich sued the city, alleging the condition of the road was a dangerous condition of public property. Didich's damages for recoverable past medical expenses are $21,875.64, with future medical expenses estimated to be $10,000. The approved settlement resolves all claims with Didich in this matter. There was a motion made by Councilmember Gallo. The motion was seconded by Councilmember Fife. There were 6 aye votes from council members Fife, Gallo, Call, Kaplan, Reed, and Taylor, and there were 2 council members absent, council members Tao and President Fortunato Boss. And that concludes the report outs from the closed session decisions.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
So move. Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. On the motion to receive and file this oral report, motion by Gallo, seconded by Kaplan. On roll, Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
She is excused.
Oh, I think I heard Councilmember Reed.
Okay. I know she's been having some technical issues.
Okay. I think I heard her. Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
And Council President Boss.
Aye.
Thank you. And that has been received and filed with a vote of 8 ayes.
Thank you. Now we can move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, approval of the draft minutes from the July 5th, 2022 Special City Council and regular City Council meetings, July 11th, 2022 Special City Council meeting, July 19th, 2022 Special City Council meeting, and July 26th, 2022 Special City Council meeting.
Thank you, colleagues. I hope you have reviewed the minutes. I will
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. On roll to approve the minutes read just a moment ago. Motion by Gallo, seconded by Kaplan. On roll, Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
She's excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
And Council President Boss.
Aye.
Thank you. And
Madam Clerk, you muted.
Thank you. And the minutes have been approved with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excuse. Read.
Thank you. So let's move on to our non-consent calendar, and we'll take item 2.3, the homeless emergency that was moved to our non-consent calendar.
Item 2.3, we'll get to that. Thank you. Item 2.3, adopt a resolution renewing and continuing the City Council's declaration of a local emergency due to the existence of the city's homelessness crisis.
Thank you. Well, actually, before you go, Councilmember Fife, we do have the city attorney with their hand up. Amadis Sotelo, would you like to speak before the council member?
Yes, this is Amadis Sotelo with the City Attorney's Office. Before the council gets into this item, I just wanted to provide some brief guidance on the scope of the item. As the clerk has just read, it's noticed as a declaration of a local emergency regarding the homelessness crisis. And so since it's noticed that way, it doesn't provide the public with notice under the Brown Act that anything more specific than that would be discussed specifically in relation to certain encampments or other specific matters. So there could be general discussion about the emergency and the problem, but under the noticing rules that we operate under, more specific discussion and action is precluded. If there is interest in scheduling as an item to come back on specific encampment items such as Wood Street, we would recommend that you adopt a scheduling motion for that. You could do that by scheduling a special meeting for it, or for it to come back, or for it to come to a regular meeting that's within your purview. So I just wanted to offer those preliminary comments.
Thank you for that clarification. That is understood. Go ahead, Councilmember Fife.
Thank you, President Bass. I will work with you and the Rules Committee on scheduling something very specific to the issues that were not only raised by our public speakers today, and thank you to everyone who called to express your deep concern about what's happening in Wood Street and throughout District 3 and the city overall. But I want to also raise that we were just, we just received the homelessness audit as well, which articulated a number of issues and concerns with how we do business in the city of Oakland when it comes to homelessness. So if I cannot speak to or schedule a specific meeting for the challenges that we are in crisis to address, then I would like to know what is the purpose of declaring a local state of emergency for homelessness. What does this item actually mean on the agenda? And I do see Vice Mayor Kaplan's hand, but when I think of emergency, I think that there is a call for urgent, critical action to be taken. And I just don't feel like we are rising to the occasion. And I'm completely confused about what we are doing to rise to the challenge of this issue around homelessness in the city of Oakland. So I just need clarification on what does it even mean to declare a local emergency? And what does that entail? What does that allow us to do? Madam President, I'm not sure who from the city staff can answer that, but.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Fife. I will go to Councilmember Kaplan in case she wants to offer some remarks on this topic. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, absolutely. The point of a declaration of emergency is to spur action. And this city council has authorized specific action in 2019, which then came back, in 2018, which came back to council February 2019 for further report, and which the administration has not yet fully implemented, which called for opening of new facilities in every council district throughout the city, including safe managed parking sites for RVs. A declaration of emergency is supposed to enable changes in what is normally allowed, to allow the use of lands and buildings that had not previously been used for these purposes to do so. We still need, as we are the legislative branch of government in this city, we still need an executive branch to execute them. And also we need to acknowledge that, of course, the majority of the state funding for homeless services is distributed to the county, not the city. So we need that coordination. And of course, where we're talking about people being displaced from state-owned land, we also need the state to be providing those resources. But yes, we are supposed to be having managed sites throughout the city to enable the solutions to the issues that so many of the speakers spoke to today. I do believe it is important to continue to support the declaration of emergency, and I do believe I heard the attorneys say that a scheduling motion would be appropriate, or if there's more time needed to come up with the specific title for scheduling, of course, that can go through rules to make sure we bring back the specific details. But we will have a report in February.
Vice Mayor, we're having trouble hearing you. It sounds like your mic is covered.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So we have been pushing for this for multiple years, and I do think it would be appropriate to bring an item back to council. And finally, since we are agendized to talk about the existence of the homelessness emergency, I do think we should agendize the auditor's report, which was just released, which shows that there was inadequate data tracking, and that in many cases, millions given to entities that did not actually end up permanently housing people. And so I do think we should bring the auditor's report to the council as well. And at the appropriate time, I'm happy to move the adoption of this declaration with the intent that, of course, the other items will be brought back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife, I want to make sure you're complete before I speak.
Well, yes, I do want to definitely agendize the auditor's report, but President Bass, I'm sure that you have plans to do that at some point as well. And I will bring forward to the Rules Committee something to be agendized specifically on Wood Street, because this is not just a Wood Street issue. It's the largest encampment that we have in the city of Oakland right now. And it's extremely frustrating to be hamstrung by a lack of implementation on what could be potential transformative and really life-sustaining interventions that we're constantly being told no. Even if we just, I'm not going to get into the substance of the particular item. I do want to recognize the parameters that I'm operating inside of, but there were no parameters in terms of a timeline on the use of the Northgate property, nor any of those other things. But once again, I will happily bring that back to be agendized. But I also want to just reiterate that the callers who spoke today talked about evictions happening immediately on Monday. And so what urgent action can be taken between now and then to create alternatives? And that's what I want to have a clear, definitive conversation about. Because Council President Bass, these are people who will be displaced from Wood Street and then not have anywhere to go and end up on people's sidewalks and driveways and just in precarious positions that jeopardize everyone's safety. And that's not fair to anyone. So what are our options?
Thank you, Councilmember Fife. I am equally concerned. We received, the city and Caltrans, I believe, received a state grant of over $4 million to resolve this encampment and address the issues. And like with the homeless audit, which I called for in 2019, which has finally been delivered in the second phase by our city auditor, we need to make sure that the money that we are investing, taxpayer dollars that we are spending, is providing dignity to the unhoused community that's part of Oakland, as well as a path to permanent housing, and that we're getting a level of accountability and results that we should expect from our taxpayer spending and from our government. So I look forward to that future discussion regarding Wood Street and a real solution to what is happening there. And I'll just mention also that as the person who requested and helped to fund the audit on homelessness, I am planning to bring forward a scheduling item to rules so that we can hear that as a council. Appreciate the great work of our auditor as well as her team to put this audit forward, as well as the last one. And you might remember that back in June, as it relates to another homeless discussion, I moved a motion which the council approved for the administration after this audit was made public to present a plan and a timeline to comply with the findings and to have that be an annual report. So there's clearly a lot that we need to do to address the urgency of this crisis. And so that we can ensure compliance with public noticing and full public participation, the public will see those scheduling requests at rules on Thursday. Okay, seeing no other hands up. With this particular item, I will go ahead and take a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Great. And to members of the public who spoke, I also want to thank you and know that the council will take this up when we can notice it properly. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Motioned by Vice Mayor Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Taylor to adopt the resolution for item 2.3. On roll, Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb. Councilmember Cobb. Okay. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed.
She's still excused.
This is Councilmember Cobb. Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Thank you. Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
And the resolution has been approved with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused. Reed.
Thank you. Let's move on with our regular non-consent calendar, items 6 through 10.
Okay, got item 6. Let me get the PowerPoint together for that item. Thank you. Item 6, receive an informational report and recommendations for improving and expediting traffic calming installations throughout needed locations in Oakland, including completion of installation of approved speed bumps and recommended budget adjustments to provide for ongoing capacity to ensure traffic safety and pedestrian safety improvements are completed timely throughout Oakland.
Thank you. Thank you, Brittany Davis. Okay, so this item is a recurring item given the importance of traffic safety. Vice Mayor Kaplan, as the person who brought this item forward, would you like to make any remarks?
Thank you, Madam President. And I don't know if the department was prepared to speak to it in terms of a presentation today. I'm certainly happy to hear that. If they did, I did want to share, and I don't know if the administrator has more he'd like to add today, that we have been working hard with staff and then following up with the administrator on the issue of how to put up barricades in places where vehicles are jumping the curb, which has been a growing problem in the city of Oakland. And so looking at ways that that process can be authorized more quickly, but also that we can mobilize the use of concrete barriers like K-rails, things that the city may have and occasionally use for public buildings to make sure that those are available. And then I also know that we talked previously about a stretch of Foothill Boulevard where there have been repeated issues of speeding vehicles going over the curb and crashing into buildings. And I know staff had said they were working on plans for that, which I think is very important. So I'll just give that by way of intro commentary and see if the administration or the department had more to add at this time. And then, of course, I'd be happy to move to continue the item for a month so we can continue to keep track of it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Before we hear from OCDOT, I do want to give other council members an opportunity. I have a couple items I would like to hear about in regards to traffic safety in my district, and perhaps other council members do. Maybe we can collect those questions before we hear from OCDOT. Okay, I'll share my questions and then I'll call on OCDOT Director Fred Kelly. I would like to hear an update on traffic calming along International Boulevard. There was a tragic fatality at 16th Avenue and International, and it is one of the most dangerous high corridor parts of or high injury corridors. As I understand it, 25% of this year's traffic fatalities have happened along that corridor. So I do want to hear from OPDOT about the work that has been happening with the AC Transit Interagency Liaison Committee, which brings our council and our staff together with AC Transit around those plans. Secondly, I'd also like to hear any updates regarding traffic calming along Park Boulevard. I know it's a very, very long stretch. There's a particular intersection I have been hearing a lot about from my constituents, which is where Park, Alma, and Excelsior meet. I know this also overlaps with Council Members Gallo and Council Members Tao. So if there's information about traffic calming that we can do there, that would be appreciated, as well as any updates on how we are helping to deter sideshows with traffic calming, including sort of the prioritization, knowing that there is a fair amount of speeding that unfortunately is happening, and other activities that might be similar to, but slightly different from the more dangerous sideshows where police often get involved. So those are the things I would like to hear about. Okay, we'll hear from Fred Kelly, who is our OPDOT director, recently appointed in the permanent position. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Possible to promote him and Megan Weir?
Yes. I didn't realize they were in the attendees queue. Let me do that.
What were the names, Council President?
I've got them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Their hands are up. Okay, Director Kelly and Ms. Weir, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Council President Boston. First, let me apologize for not being on screen. I'm working off my laptop and I don't want to throw my head into my laptop screen and have you have that visual that you'll have nightmares about. So as you mentioned, this item was, or there were two items that were heard on June 21st that were continued to today by questions from Vice Mayor Kaplan. We prepared a supplemental report. Basically, two items were addressed. And the first item was the status and plan for expediting hiring of road crews. And I think it was fairly well spelled out in our supplemental report. If there are any questions regarding hiring and the efforts that we're working with our colleagues in HRM, or what we're doing internally or the city administrator's office, we can certainly answer those questions. We do have individuals here that can address that. But if not, we can go on to item number 2. There were specific questions about, I believe, 3 projects, or the 7th and Filbert, Foothill and 35th, and the pending speed bump deployment or implementation. And Megan Weir, our Safe Streets Division Manager, who oversees these programs, can address those questions. And I think Megan would be the correct person, Council President, to address the questions that that you just asked. And if there are any more that Council has, I can triage those and either take them myself or hand them off to the appropriate person. But at this particular point, if there's no questions relative to staffing, I'll hand those off to Megan Weir for those first questions that are in the supplemental, and then we can move on to your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So with respect to, I'm Megan Weir, Safe Streets Division Manager with OPDOT. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this really important issue today. I wanted to share the updates on the specific locations that were the focus of the supplemental report. With respect to 7th and Filbert, we are still focused on end of year installation for the traffic calming improvements at that intersection. For Foothill and 35th, we are working on restriping and redesigning that intersection to address some pretty significant turning issues at that location, and coordinating with paving for installation next year. And we have great news that I'm really pleased to share as a part of the supplemental report with respect to our speed bumps. We have been delivering over 70 locations throughout Oakland starting in August 15th, and that work will be completed by November. So that's our traffic engineering update with respect to the supplemental. Also, positive progress with respect to International Boulevard. We are coordinating closely with AC Transit now on a quick build study. They've received $400,000 of funding to advance work focused on quick build improvements that could be implemented to address safety and operational impacts on International Boulevard. Their initial study will be focusing on about 8 to 9 blocks and looking at treatments that could be scaled along International Boulevard to improve, again, safety and transit operations. OakDOT has committed another $400K from our violence prevention funding to really magnify the impact of this study. And we met actually with them yesterday on this focus, as we're all really committed to prioritizing and delivering this work. And the estimated schedule to begin construction is spring of next year after the analysis of crashes and identification of quick build treatments, including just a look at best practice for BRT. So that's our International Boulevard update. With respect to Park Boulevard, Council President Bass, and the locations that you've identified, that is, as you know, construction that is ongoing. There are some irrigation issues that our engineers are working on, but the project is still is scheduled for completion for the end of this year or early next year. We do have a web page with that information. I'll work with our team to make sure that those updates are included on that web page as well. And please just let us know if there's any additional questions. With respect to sideshows, OakDOT really plays a strong support role with our colleagues in OPD and the City Administrator's Office, who are working on policy and enforcement issues to address sideshows, which I know everyone is well aware is really a citywide concern. As a part of our pilot, which focuses on delivering improvements at the locations that are most impacted. So with respect to prioritization, OakDOT works with OPD to identify locations are where we having the largest sideshows with respect to numbers of cars, the most frequent sideshows, and the most violent sideshows with respect to gun violence or other violence associated with those sideshows. We follow their lead with respect to location identification, and then have been piloting. We also have a webpage on this. We've completed 9 pilots as a part of the sideshow treatments to date. I hope that was helpful and responsive, and please just let me know if any additional information would be helpful.
Thank you. Just one question, and then we'll move on to Councilmember Gayo. There are a number of areas, including the area that we just discussed, where we're hearing from residents about unsafe driving, donuts, other types of potentially dangerous behavior, and they've been requesting bot stops and other things that might help to calm the traffic. Could you just give a little bit more context in terms of how we can be responsive to those requests, because we do get quite a bit of them, and I understand the prioritization, but at the same time, there's also just a lot happening and a lot of need in terms of calming down traffic.
Megan, let me start with that. Council President Boss is a great question. As Megan said, we play a DOT support role to OPD and the City Administrator's Office, and so how they prioritize what locations should be included in the pilot are those where they receive most calls for service. I mean, they're the ones with the boots on the ground. They're the ones who actually respond to sideshow calls on a daily basis, but certainly during the weekends. And so they have a more intimate feel for where the most egregious locations are. And so we're under no illusion that we can deploy sideshow mitigations throughout the city. We're looking at the most egregious locations where violence accompanies the sideshow, and we count on OPD and the city administrator's office for those areas. In addition, what the community can do, what constituents can do, is there is a category in 311 or 0311 right now where there's a pull down menu where residents can report sideshow activity. What we do then is we, in our meetings with OPD, which happen on a regular basis, is we can compare. We can say, look, this is what we're hearing from 311. What are you doing? What are you hearing from your officers, and what's happening with your call for services? So this is really, like a lot of our programs, Council President, is data driven. Where are the worst locations? And that's where we deploy the mitigation. But let me just add one more thing. It may seem like, even sometimes we think, gosh, we're behind the curve on this, but actually we get calls every week from cities and agencies throughout California asking us what we're doing and asking our council. We had a call last week with 3 or 4 cities from Southern California. We've had calls from LA DOT and San Jose DOT. Everyone is struggling to try and figure out a solution to this. And it's multifaceted. It's not just engineering. It's also involves ordinance and litigation from a city standpoint, and going after the organizers of the sideshow, of course, enforcement, and then of course, deploying mitigation strategies. So it's a comprehensive problem. It's a problem that requires comprehensive solutions. Let me put it to you that way. So I'll be quiet and end on that note.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gayo.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank the Department of Transportation, specifically Mr. Joe Wang and certain Megan Weir for the work that they're doing, specifically above 580 on Park Boulevard. If you happen to drive by, you're going to see the work actually in progress. And I just want to publicly thank you, because it does impact Edna Brewer Middle School, Glenview Elementary School, and certainly the neighbors and the businesses on that street that have been asking to bring about change and calming the traffic and so forth. And I just want to publicly thank you for that. When it comes to sideshows, I am working directly with Joe DeBreeze, the police department, in terms of bringing back some legislation to the city council. And we're also in communication with the city of San Jose, since they're a couple of steps ahead of us in terms of the legalities and the implementation and the experience. And so we should be prepared soon to bring back, to put on the city council agenda through the Public Safety Committee and to the council for some of the legal actions and some of the actions that are necessary for the neighborhood and the children and families to have a safe, clean environment. And but I just thank you to the Department of Transportation, Fred Kelly and company, and you will be hearing real soon regarding us addressing the issue of sideshows. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gayo. And I do appreciate the report. Glad to hear there's a number of steps moving forward to fill vacancies, as well as the expedited speed bump program. I don't see any additional hands up. Vice Mayor, did you want to make the motion on this item?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move to continue this item for a month, and I will reiterate, as I've discussed directly with the administrator, to make sure that we are expediting the K-rails or other barricades as needed in the situations where those are warranted. And so I believe that would be October 18th. Is that correct, Madam President?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the motion to October 18th. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Kolb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little unclear. What's the specific things that we're asking for to come back to us in a month? Because we all have locations in each of our districts that have had some serious challenges and there may be work in progress or is work in progress. So is there something can I have clarity as to what's coming back to us? What specifically is coming back to us in a month?
I will offer up that I would like information on the work with the AC Transit Interagency Liaison Committee that is looking at the quick build strategies along International. Although I recognize maybe there might not be a lot of progress in 1 month, but that could be a standing item from my perspective.
Yes, I concur, and I'm open if other council members want to state there now, or if it's preferable for folks to send their requests to staff separately or both, but absolutely International Boulevard should be one of them. Thank you.
Okay, and Madam Chair, I've been meeting with OakDOT staff, as our monthly meetings or whatnot. There's there are more than one area in or near Idora Park, but I don't feel a need to come to the full council with all those updates. So I'll just continue having my periodic meetings with them and share information to those people who live nearby as I get more information.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fife?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to understand what's the best course of action, because I've had a number of fatalities and collisions in the same vicinity in the district, and there were supposed to be emergency plans to address those areas. And I'm wondering, would it be best, according to what Vice Mayor Kaplan just said, to talk to the staff about that, or to make those inquiries on the dais right now?
Councilmember Fife, through the chair, Councilmember Fife, I do believe we have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday of this week, I believe, or bi-monthly check-in, where we can address some of the items of concern. I believe it is Wednesday or it's Thursday. I can't remember exactly which day it is, but it is this week for sure.
Okay, with that, Councilmember Fife, you have an opportunity this week to work through those items.
It's this Thursday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, yes, Madam President. Also, since the administrator's on board here, I would also like to request that we bring an update report in terms of where are we with the traffic squadrons that we had in place. I know when I used to chair the Public Safety Committee, we did have 2 traffic squadrons, motorcycle officers, that had a priority specifically around our schools and main streets, making sure that we drive at the speed limit we're supposed to and not go through red lights. And certainly we terminated that, or temporarily terminated that activity, but I want to know when that's going to come back, because that certainly made a big difference to us living in the neighborhoods here in East Oakland. Because the motorcycle officers, certainly we saw them, we all slowed down and we all followed the rules. And when I got a call from schools about the traffic issues, the motorcycle officer made that a priority to deal with when it comes to public safety for our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I hope that direction is clear in terms of the motion to continue. Madam Clerk, do you need anything else before we call the roll?
No, I believe I do have the request notated.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Please go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. On the motion to continue this item to the October 18th, 2022 council meeting, as well as the information request from AC Transit, as well as the update report with traffic squadrons, excuse me. On the motion made by Vice Mayor Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. On the roll, Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed, excused, Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Thank you. Pro Tem Tao, excused, Council President Bass.
Aye.
Thank you. And this item has been continued to the October 18th meeting with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Tao and Reed.
Thank you. For the next couple items, we have 2 items that are related to funding for the Department of Violence Prevention. In the interest of being efficient, Madam Clerk, I'd like to hear items 7 and 8 together. If you could please call those 2 items now. Thank you.
Calling items 7 and 8 together, adopt a resolution accepting and appropriating Bryan Discretionary Grants Program from the Oakland of Justice Programs Bureau of Justice Assistance in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the period of October 1, 2022 to September 30, 2024, and authorizing the city administrator to take all steps necessary for the city to receive the BGA grant. Add 1.0 full-time equivalent program analyst 1 to the Department of Violence Prevention for the term of January 1, 2023 to May 31st, 2024, for a total amount not to exceed $199,529, allocating BGA funds in an amount not to exceed $471 to augment existing violence prevention services in the DVP through September 30th, 2024. And item 8, a resolution accepting and appropriating a Gilead Foundation grant from the Open Fund for Public Innovation in an amount not to exceed $1,800,000 for the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2025, and authorizing the city administrator to take all steps necessary for the city to receive the Gilead grant, waive the City of Oakland's local and small local business enterprise program requirements and competitive bidding process, and awarding an agreement in the amount not to exceed $66,250 for a term ending June 30th, 2025 to Urban Institute to evaluate grant activities. Add 1 full-time equivalent case manager positions to the Department of Violence Prevention for the term of October 1, 2022 to June 30, 2025 for a total amount not to exceed $817,302. Add 1 FTE Health and Human Services Program Planner position to the DVP for the term of October 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2025 for a total amount not to exceed $574,948. Allocate funds in an amount not to exceed $341,500 to augment existing violence prevention services in the DVP through June 30th, 2025. And just a reminder, I believe you'll need separate motions for each item for 7 and 8.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Let's hear from Chief Cespedes regarding these 2 items, and we can hear about both of them together. However, we will take the motion separately.
Thank you, Council President. And I will be presenting with Caitlin Gray, who is our evaluate data and evaluation person, and Control Killings. They're both on. So Kat, if you could share the screen. Before we get started, I do want to take a second to just offer my condolences on behalf of the department, not just for the life lost today, but for the life lost this year. Our team has been on the ground around the clock, and as all other Oakland residents were very burdened by this. The Bureau of Justice Assistant Grant basically will allow us to manage, if we could go to the next slide, Kat, will allow us to manage the violence interruption and hospital response efforts. Right now, it will provide administrative support for that work. It would also provide administrative support for shooting and homicide scene. So this person will be primarily an administrative person that will be with us for roughly 17 months. Our goal is to continue to seek grant funding to make that position more long-term, but at the very least, this will provide support to get the work of incident response more stabilized. So that's the purpose of the BJA grant. We could go to the next one, please. The next grant is substantially larger. It's for $1,800,000. Is through the Oakland Fund for Public Innovation. It's from the Gilead Science Foundation. Very innovative approach to this work. The purpose of the grant is to, it will pay for 2 case managers and a program planner, and I'll explain what they will do. Their services will be participation in family systems work and stipends for a number of families whose members go to USD, and to put together a media campaign, public awareness campaign, and to fund the evaluation. So $1,392,000 will go, 250 will go into to pay for the 3 positions. 2 case managers are actually family coaches. They will work directly with families using a very structured approach. And 1 program planner who will be planning and overseeing the activities of the Town Nights efforts for 3 years. The services that will be provided will be family intervention with families with 1 or more member at risk of violence, and they will receive stipends for participation in that effort. And they will be receiving intervention for 6 months, and there will be a total of 80 families over the course of the grant. We will spend $114,000 in participant stipends, individual participant stipend and family stipends, $227,000 in the community media awareness campaign, and we would like to dedicate $66,000 to enhance the Urban Institute evaluation of this effort, including Town Nights, which we've been wanting to do a more rigorous evaluation. All of that will total $1,800,000. So the purpose of the grant is to implement very structured family approach through OUSD, not at USD necessarily, but at the families' homes, to host the Town Nights for 8 weeks at 9 different sites. We're expanding the length of the program, and to develop and implement the violence prevention and intervention awareness campaign. So with that, we'll open up the floor to questions regarding either one of the grants.
Thank you, Chief Cespedes, and to your DVP team. Colleagues, are there questions or comments on either of these grants? Councilmember Fife.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want to say to the Department of Violence Prevention, to Chief Cespedes and Contrell Killings, that I know you've been on the ground with all of the things that have been happening in the district and the city, and you need the resources to interrupt violence effectively. And I know people think that the money that we gave you all during the budget process should take care of everything. But I just want to say I'm happy that you are able to research and get additional funds to support the work that you're doing, because so often in this work, there's little understanding of the connection of what it means to actually, when incidents happen, to get involved and stop more incidents from spiraling out of control. And because I've witnessed that over the last 25 years in Oakland, what that can look like, it can take one incident and turn it into 10 incidents. So I appreciate the work that you all have done. I appreciate the fact that even though this is a Rule 28 item, that you made time and space to tell me about these particular grants ahead of time and brief me on the information. And I am fully supportive of this particular item. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, next is Councilmember Taylor.
Actually, I'm echoing the huge appreciation and thanks for the work of this team. I know that, we in the community experience the trauma of the violence, the crime that is impacting all of us. But I think even you guys on the ground responding and seeing it right up front, close at hand, that has so much more of a deep, profound just impact and trauma that I wish and pray that you guys are have a robust way of supporting each other and the healing that goes with being frontline providers in this space. And so I know that hasn't necessarily been as much of a focus because we've been focused on how you are showing up for those who are victims of violence and in that space. But I do want to just lift that up of the healing of the healers that's needed as well. With respect to this grant specifically, glad that we're getting these additional resources. And as I think both of you know, my focus is always on measurement evaluation. So it was great to hear you, Chief, lead with that in terms of how that's embedded into this program of not just that we're doing things, but we're doing things with the intent of understanding, reviewing, so that we can do better and really focus in on those things that work well. And so I look forward to learning more about the evaluation, how it's set up, how it's structured as we move forward to make sure that we're getting what we want and need in terms of insight and information for additional policy development, additional investments, et cetera, as we move forward. So thank you. And if we haven't already had a motion, I want to move to approve staff's recommendation. And I think I heard that we have to go item by item. So I'll start with item 7, want to move staff's recommendation for item 7.
Thank you. I'll make a few comments and then I'll entertain a second and we can take the votes. First, I am really glad that Chief and your team, you are able to find additional resources to supplement our city funding, our state funding. Certainly when we made the $17 million additional investment in last year's 2-year budget, it was with the intent and commitment to make this investment ongoing. And so, Chief, I wanted to ask quickly, I believe that we did add some funding for a fundraiser. Is that grant writer on board, and is that the person who has been helping to build this capacity?
Yes, that grant writer has been on board. All of these grants were written by the grant writer. She is now on maternity leave until January, and Kathleen Gray, who's very competently taking over those duties until January. But yes, this has been made possible by being able to hire the personnel that can help us not just to raise money, but to write proposals that are implementable. Mm-hmm. This technical approach is very, very effective. It's based on data. So yes, we do have a grant writer on board, and we're very happy with that work because she's not just a grant writer, she's also a data and evaluation person. So all of these technical approaches are driven by data, and more importantly, they're implementable. One thing is to get a grant, and the other one is to get a grant that you can actually implement and measure its effectiveness. So we're very happy with the work that the grant writer is doing, and we're very encouraged by the fact that there appears to be a lot of interest in the work of the Department of Violence Prevention, both at a state and national level, but also from philanthropy. So we will now use the Gilead Foundation grant to in essence leverage funding from other philanthropic organizations.
Great. Very good to hear. Also good to hear that as DVP is expanding, that you are building the capacity not only for fundraising sustainability, but also for information and data collection and evaluation. I just wanted to make two points regarding the Gilead Foundation grant. It's good to see that there's some additional resources here to help students and their families. I think it's important when we have an opportunity to look at the way that we're building a more robust and comprehensive public safety structure, that we also reference some of the other pieces that fit together. And I wanted to just share with all of you that I was able to attend Oakland High's back to school night. And I have to say it was very, very uplifting because we were able to recognize the fact that our investment in Department of Violence Prevention led to a program that was really just an idea a couple years ago, where we now have teams that include a violence interrupter, a life coach, and a gender specialists working in multiple schools to provide support to our kids and our families. And in some places like Oakland High, that supplements the wellness centers that OFCY, the Oakland Fund for Children and Youth, are supporting. And so when we talk about keeping our kids safe and school site safety, there's also a violence prevention and a family support structure that we as the city of Oakland are building with our resources. So I'm glad to see that's moving forward. And then secondly, I wanted to note, because this grant also includes supporting town nights, most of these events, I believe, have been happening in our parks. In District 2, that includes Lincoln Square Park and San Antonio Park. I wanted to just put this out there for something to discuss with the grantees. For National Night Out in San Antonio, we close the streets with community organizations and churches and residents along East 15th Street. And when we talk about violence, there's a lot of violence that happens along that particular street that has been a focus of my office and many departments because of human trafficking and child sexual exploitation. And some of that is leading to gun violence. And there's also some group and gang activity that I know DVP is focused on. And so I just wanted to put this out there because the community had a very positive experience sort of taking back the streets for National Night Out. And I think there will be continued interest in doing that, and perhaps even thinking about town nights, not only in our parks, but potentially in our streets where there have been high levels of violence. So I hope that your team, Chief, will take that into consideration as you develop out the next phase of that program.
Thank you, we will. And it's going to be, we're really trying to move at the pace of the capacity of nonprofits. The impact of town nights has been, as we're gathering data, more and more impressive. But all of that really is not just the Department of Violence Prevention, it's the partnership that we have with the nonprofits throughout the city. And I think that, we're pretty proud of the work that we're doing with the nonprofits in your district. So we will have those conversations.
Terrific. Yes. It takes all of us, and there are some great partners that we have in our community. Okay, colleagues, for number 7, the Burn Grant, we do have a motion from Councilmember Taylor. Is there a second to adopt this resolution?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 7, moved by Councilmember Taylor, seconded by Councilmember Gallo to adopt the staff recommendation. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cole.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao.
She's excused.
She's excused also. And President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excuse, Reed and Tao.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion on item number 8, the Gilead Foundation grant.
Move
So
approval.
moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 8, moved by Councilmember Gallo, seconded by Councilmember Taylor. Also approving staff's recommendation. Councilmember Fife,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio,
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused, Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Pro Tem Chow is also excused, President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes. Going to item 9. A resolution in support of Proposition 30, the Clean Air Initiative, which would increase the tax on personal income above $2 million by 1.75% for 20 years and dedicate the revenue to zero-emission vehicle subsidies, zero-emission vehicle infrastructure, and wildfire suppression and prevention programs.
Thank you. Councilmember Kolb, thanks for bringing this forward. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to bring forward this state ballot initiative that will be, it's called Prop 30. I'll tell you a little bit about what it does. It provides funding. All the funding comes from a 20-year tax on people who make more than $2 million per year. And the money would go to electric vehicle infrastructure, subsidies for the purchase of electric vehicles. It also includes some subsidies and assistance for those who need to have medium and heavy duty vehicles, trying to get old diesel vehicles off the road. At least half the money going to electric vehicles has to go to low-income residents and people who live in disadvantaged communities. It's supported. This is supported by. There's also money in here for wildfire prevention and suppression, and this is supported by a broad coalition for Clean Air, the Courage Campaign, American Lung Association. Let's see here, Transform Youth versus the Apocalypse supports this, has endorsed this. I could go on, the Democratic Party, a lot of great organizations, health-based organizations, the Oakland-based Center for Environmental Health, and please look at the website if you want to look at the entire list. So I ask that we go on record, as many individuals and organizations have across the state. A lot of multimillionaires are paying for ads to try to defeat this. How shocking is that? But our side has some money too, and so I hope we'll end up supporting this. It really is the current governor and our previous governor and the governor before that all have kind of done some work with the legislature and advocates and good people to set the table, to enact policies and mechanisms at the statewide level to set the table in order to achieve our transportation sector climate goals, which is very important, and to some extent help engage lower income communities as part of that solution. But setting the table is not enough. You actually have to serve the dinner, and you need to implement these big policies and goals. And some of that implementation costs money. And that's what Prop 30 can provide, is the money to do it over the next 15 to 20 years. So I urge us to, I'll happy to answer questions, and I'll urge us to support Prop 30 and make that statement today. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Let's see. We've got Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, gladly. Councilmember Kalp, thank you for bringing this forward. I was glad to be able to stand with you and others as in front of City Hall when this proposition was kicked off, in terms of the efforts to active efforts to get it into the ballot through the ground game, if you would. I would love to join as a co-sponsor if you're open to that. I think it's absolutely critical that we do advance this forward, because it is intentionally focused on equity. Too often, many in underserved, under-resourced communities understand the impacts and the need to be focused on environmental sustainability and the greenhouse gas reduction, et cetera, but are struggling to just deal with the basics of getting food on their table, paying for basic needs, getting to and from their work, school, et cetera, and don't have the luxury that other communities have when it comes to newer technologies or processes. And so having an intentional 50% of the dollars that are going towards energy efficient vehicles going towards underserved, under-resourced communities, it demonstrates that we are focused on true equity and really supporting all communities, especially those that are most heavily impacted when you talk about the impacts of climate change, when you talk about environmental racism and justice. And so I think that's an incredible part of this, in addition to just the aspect of not simply talking about goals that we want. As you mentioned, we are actually putting dollars towards what were otherwise unfunded goals, aspirations, or mandates. And that's something that I fully stand behind, and in terms of really implementing and being being able to effectuate what we are intending. And so with that, happy to support this motion and join in really supporting Proposition 30.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Fife.
I think I may have jumped the gun on my second. I didn't hear that Councilmember Cobb had actually made a motion to adopt this resolution, but
so moved.
Okay, and my second then. We recently had a robust conversation on this topic at the Association of Bay Area Governments and voted to support this legislation at the state level as well. So I wanted to just, for the second time, support what I believe is essential in order to make sure that we are able to meet the goals that are set to be enacted 13 years from now, when California moves to banning all gasoline-powered vehicles. So in order to do that for some of the most impacted communities, we have to have the funds available. So I'm supporting this because it is not regressive. It does tax the wealthier residents of the state, and it provides the needed revenues to address wildfire prevention and some of the other really critical needs of the state of California right now. So once again, there's my second. Thank you.
Thank you. I am likewise very supportive of this and appreciate you, Councilmember Kolb, for bringing this forward. So I believe, just to be clear, I heard Kolb and Fife as the first, or the motion and the second on this, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I don't see other hands, and I do want to note Councilmember Taylor requested to be a co-sponsor. Councilmember Kolb, did you respond to that request?
Let's see. Is it still possible to do that, Madam Clerk, or is it? What's the process? Is it too late to do that? I'll whatever the clerk says, I'm happy to go forward.
Through the chair, we wouldn't add him in the from portion of the history of the legislation. At this point, we normally say your support at this point of the agenda is your I vote. It's up to you if you would like to add him to the legislation.
You mean we could still add them on the actual resolution before you sign it? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm happy to do that. If my staff is listening, please do that and move it forward.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember Cobb.
Okay, thank you. Let's call the roll.
Moved by Councilmember Cobb, seconded by Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaia.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao is also excused, and President Boss.
Aye.
Item 9 is approved with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Reed and Tao. Going to your final discussion item, item 10. An oral report to provide an update on progress and timeline related to the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District at the Howard Terminal, proposed by the Oakland Athletics.
Thank you. Councilmember Gaio, I'd like to invite you to make some introductory remarks before we hear the report.
Yes, thank you. And members of the public and members of the council, there's a saying that goes that every problem, if viewed from the correct perspective, is also an opportunity. And I think here, the item that you have before us, we had brought to get an economic financial analysis on our investment on the taxpayers' investment that will go into Howard Terminal. But before I begin and ask the questions to the administration, I do want to go on record and clearly state once more that I do support the Oakland A's staying in Oakland. But I strongly believe that we have a stadium, a coliseum that is more suitable to accommodate not just baseball, but right now we have the Oakland Roots soccer team that's looking for a field. And they also now created or developed or started a women's professional soccer team that is going to join them, looking for a bigger facility than Laney College, because that only seats up to 5,000 people. And now it's exceeding the participation, it's exceeding 5,000 requests to see the game. And so I think the stadium would be an opportunity. And again, I think all of us have to remember that the Oakland A's already own half of the Coliseum, and the city of Oakland has the other half. And certainly that when you look at that location, the taxpayers of Oakland have invested billions of dollars to have the BART transportation, to have the highway, to have the AC transit, to have the Oakland airport down the street that would accommodate the participants as well as the teams visiting Oakland. And so anyway, so for me, I want the Oakland A's to stay, but I still believe that the best opportunity is to stay at the current Coliseum and be able to develop that, not only just for professional baseball, but I think there's a great opportunity for professional soccer, because in this neighborhood, in this area, professional soccer in terms of viewers and members will continue to grow with that sport. Now, the other one that we need to consider, and I want to thank for the opportunity to visit Long Beach. And at Long Beach, through the mayor of Long Beach, Robert Garcia, I did have the opportunity to spend time at the Port of Oakland of Long Beach to clearly understand and see their growth, what they do and how they do it. And also so I can understand the work that is current this happening here at the Port of Oakland, because the Port of Oakland has grown tremendously and it still has a great opportunity to continue to grow and provide more jobs for residents in Oakland and throughout. And so in saying that, I know that we have a committee that's part of the Port of Oakland committee through the City Council, but I have yet to see a Port of Oakland master plan, as I did see from Long Beach. And it's clearly the port has a master plan that guides development and land uses in the Harbor District, policies, and evaluate the consistency of future developments and land uses within the goals, initiatives, and policies that the council should be part of and have in place to understand the actual, where are we now with the Port of Oakland, and where's the future of the Port of Oakland with its growth. And I will be requesting from the port to provide that to each council member, what is the port master plan for the city of Oakland. And so in saying that, I have a number of questions that I do want to ask the administrators, but at this time, I'm going to respect and yield to the administrator to share with the public, specifically why we're not able to deliver the economic financial study that we had requested, because we've been in discussion about the A's going to Howard Terminal for many years. And certainly there's a lot of activity currently, and I just want to hear from them directly before I put my questions on the floor to the administrator. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. In addition to that question, I do want to note this is also an opportunity to hear progress in regards to the resolution that we passed in February, setting the framework for what we needed to see before this development came to the council for a vote. And those things, again, included Councilmember Gallo's important requests around the finances. It includes the community benefits agreement, affordable housing, and seaport compatibility, among other things. And so, Administrator Riskin, as you present your oral report, please do answer Councilmember Gallo's questions as well as share an update on progress towards being able to bring that information forward to the council as well as the public.
Madam President, before the administrator gets on board, just as an example, a current example that's happening throughout the country and not just in Washington, D.C. There's an article September 16th in the Washington Post, and where clearly there's an article that says D.C. threatens to shut down the National Baseball Park, putting events at risk. And it says the stadium owner, Events DC, has failed to deliver the development it promised in its original agreement with the city. And they've been at this for a year, and I want to make sure that this doesn't happen to Oakland once more. It's the Raiders. We went through the experience with the Raiders and the Warriors, where we're still paying for them not being here in Oakland. Thank you. But take a look at it. It's in the Washington Post. And it clearly states their experience with baseball in DC, where the owners of the team and development group didn't deliver on what they promised the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. Okay, let's hear from Administrator Riskin.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, and through the President to Councilmember Gallo and the rest of the council and to the public. First, I'll just say I appreciate all the public comment. I heard it all and take it all to heart. I know that this is a project that there are a lot of strong opinions about, and I respect and appreciate those. At the time that this item was scheduled, we had indicated that while it was fine to pick a date and to pick this date, it was our hope at that time that we would have a deal negotiated that we could then analyze, though I think we had said at the time that we wouldn't be able to provide an analysis until we have arrived at a deal. And as of today, we have not arrived at a deal with the Oakland A's that we can then analyze. And that's why we are not able to provide that analysis to you today. But I do want to make clear, and particularly to respond to a number of the public comments, that it is absolutely our intent to commission an independent fiscal and economic analysis and bring that to the council and the public for its review before we ask the council to vote on anything. So that is still absolutely part of our plans. It's something that I feel would be important for me to even be able to recommend something to the council. Certainly it's something that the council and the public deserve to have. So we will absolutely do that as this item was originally intended. We can't do it until we have a deal negotiated, because once we have the terms of the deal, then we can do the fiscal and economic analysis, and we're absolutely committed to do that. Please know that our negotiators remain hard at work trying to hammer out a final deal, but it's complex, and as we're not going to make the mistakes. We're not going to bring you a deal that repeats the mistakes of the Raiders or of maybe what's happening with the Nationals in DC. And that's why it's taking some time. We need to make sure that the city is protected and all the benefits that are meant to accrue will be accrued. So that said, I can give you an update on where we are, and hopefully we'll cover the items, Council President, that you referenced, and then of course will be available for any questions. So just, the context, just as a reminder, the project is, as proposed, is located at the 55-acre port site, formerly known as the Howard Terminal, that's directly adjacent to to Jack London Square, and that is physically separate from the rest of the maritime area of the port. If approved, the project would consist of a 35,000-seat Major League Baseball ballpark and event venue, up to 3,000 residential units, up to 1.5 million square feet of commercial space, up to 270,000 square feet of retail space, approximately 3,500-seat indoor performance center, up to 400 hotel rooms, and a network of publicly accessible open spaces totaling up to 18 acres. So it's a significant brand new neighborhood in the waterfront adjacent to Jack London Square. and adjacent to other existing neighborhoods, West Oakland, Old Oakland, Chinatown, that would provide, restore or provide access to the waterfront that currently is essentially a fenced off parking lot. I do want to note, this came up a little bit in public comment, just to reaffirm, the port has reserved up to 10 acres of the former Howard Terminal site for potential expansion of the Inner Harbor Turning Basin. And we are informed that the port requires, and the A's have agreed to, removal of that acreage is finally defined by the port if the turning basin widening goes forward. And allowance for that reservation is part of the city deal. So there's work happening right now with the Army Corps of Engineers to work with the port to make the final determination. It could be anywhere really from none to all of that 10 acres. And so any deal that we would put forward for your consideration would reserve the right for the port to hold that 10 acres to the extent that it's needed for any expansion of the turning basin. So as you know, the council approved the EIR for this project in February. The EIR was subsequently challenged by Union Pacific Railroad, Capital Corridor, and the East Oakland Stadium Alliance. Just a week or so ago, the court held in favor of the city, dismissing the railroad agency claims entirely. In the Stadium Alliance case, only one limited issue remains to be resolved, and that requires refinement of the proposed mitigation measure related to wind impacts, but all other claims were denied. The trial court judgment is subject to appeal, which should be resolved by the end of this year. So that's in terms of the environmental clearance. With respect to the city's deal, we are working to implement the direction provided by the council in its July 2021 resolution approving the term sheet, and then its February 2022 resolution that the council president made reference to, which related to community benefits and freight compatibility. So I'll give you a brief update on the status of the directives regarding fundraising and community benefits, and then talk about what some of the outstanding deal points are, what's keeping us from getting to a deal at this point, and a little bit about time frame. We did prepare an informational memo. We just sent it out a couple of hours ago, but it is up on our website. If you go to the website and search for info memo or Waterfront Ballpark District, you can find the memo, which has a lot more detail than behind what I'm going to highlight here. So one big area that we have been working on is offsite infrastructure. In its 2021 resolution, the council modified the staff recommended term sheet to relieve the A's from the responsibility for the offsite infrastructure, and instead instructed the staff to pursue the use of federal, state, and regional funding to defray those costs. To date, the city has been successful in securing, or is in the process of securing, $321 million of federal, state, and regional funding for a suite of infrastructure projects, many of which will broadly benefit Oakland's downtown, Chinatown, West Oakland, and the Jack London district, as well as the port, with or without the ballpark, whether this development happens or not. And I do want to just make sure that that point is clear. The majority of when we're talking about offsite infrastructure is for projects, some of which have been long planned, some of which have long been in our capital improvement program, that will improve safety and access, transit use, and connectivity between those neighborhoods and our waterfront. Again, whether this project happens or not. So your direction for us to pursue these grants and our staff's great work in securing that level of grant funding is great, regardless of what happens with this project. That amount represents 90% of the offsite project costs as they were originally estimated by the A's last year. And I do want to just note that this amazing accomplishment would not have been possible without the Herculean efforts of our OakDOT staff, led by our new major projects team, and great partnership we have working together with the port on this, as well as some of our funders, such as the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, California State Transportation Agency, and the U.S. Department of Transportation. So the good news is that we've been able to raise a lot of money. The not so good news is that in the intervening year, since receiving that directive from the council to pursue these funds for the offsite infrastructure, we've also been working hard to update the plans and the budgets that were based on the original estimates provided by the A's, and like everything else, those costs have gone up. So that process has identified significant new and higher costs of implementing the offsite infrastructure. So that leaves more work to do to close the gap. So we do, therefore, based on our current assumptions, project a funding gap at this time. So our challenge now is to identify sufficient funds to support the work needed to complete the offsite infrastructure, while ensuring that unexpected increases in costs will not adversely impact the general fund. And one of the public speakers mentioned, seemed to be maybe conflating the measure that is on the ballot for a new infrastructure bond with this project. We are assuming $0 from that measure for this project. It's nowhere in our funding plan. So that measure with regard to transportation infrastructure is for the kind of core work of OCDOT, as we were talking about in an earlier item, to pave our streets and to make improvements in our streets citywide. The city does have the ability to issue a limited obligation bond, the debt for which would be solely funded by the project's anticipated tax streams, such as sales tax that would be generated on the project site, hotel tax from that up to 400-room hotel, business license tax, et cetera. So revenues that are generated on the project site that wouldn't otherwise exist, we would have the opportunity to potentially bond against, which could help protect the city in the event of higher costs, or partly to fill the funding gap if we're not able to close it fully through grants. Beyond that, the city does have a very large federal grant application pending at the U.S. Department of Transportation for $183 million, which obviously would be significantly helpful in closing the gap. However, honestly, we were unlikely to be awarded that full amount, nor hear whether we've received it till end of the year at the very earliest, more likely early next year. We also have identified other funding opportunities for which additional applications are going in the coming months. So we are still actively working to pursue all of those, and there's detail of all of that in the info memo. So in summary, we are pursuing all avenues to close the gap for the offsite infrastructure, but it does remain a challenge. And there are risks to infrastructure projects in terms of cost. So part of the challenge in negotiating is to make sure that the city is protected from those risks. The city's general fund, which I know is the direction that we got from council, that's what's been a challenge in part to negotiate. But I do want to restate that the majority of the projects and funding are for projects that are necessary and will benefit our neighborhoods, businesses, residents, and visitors, regardless of what happens with the project. So the fact that our staff has been successful in securing as much as they have is great news for the city and its neighborhoods. So then moving on to community benefits, which I know was a big part of the resolution, the discussion both last July and this February. So I'm just going to give some highlights. We provided a lot more detail in the memo, and I can try to answer questions, but some of the highlights are, first, one of the directives was further engagement with West Oakland. So that has proceeded, including a town hall that I believe the council member hosted in March, and a number of workshops on the community fund design. And that engagement is ongoing, will continue into the fall. Likewise, in Chinatown, there has been work to complete a non-CEQA traffic study, the results of which ultimately will inform and be fed into the draft transportation management plan. So that work is is done in part and will be presented. The next phase of it, I believe, will be presented back to Chinatown stakeholders in the coming weeks. And then what comes out of that process will inform the transportation management plan, which will continue to be a living document and, essentially up until the time the ballpark opens. We will be including the State Department of Toxic Substances Control Working Group as a required element of the development agreement. As you directed, we have meetings scheduled with Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the Mayor's Commission on Persons with Disabilities to review the project and infrastructure plans and solicit their feedback. We did schedule engagement with the freight stakeholders as you directed. But that engagement was placed on hold once they sued us over the environmental. So we're hoping with that resolved or close to being resolved that we can get back to the table with them and work through any outstanding issues that our current transportation plan and other seaport compatibility measures have not addressed. We have, though, continued work on the city's industrial lands policy and the general plan update. In the last year or so, we've hosted 14 stakeholder meetings, and there are issues in those forums that relate to some of the issues that have been of concern to these stakeholders. And we did engage further with the port on its seaport compatibility measures, all of which the city and port coordinated to incorporate in the EIR that was certified by this council in February. And as I mentioned, subsequently upheld this month by the Superior Court. We have continued to confer with the port, which after further review has affirmed and confirmed its comfort and commitment with the sufficiency of its seaport compatibility measures. So they remain fully embedded in the EIR and would be our full intent to see them all implemented. The port continues to work on refining the jobs policies for the proposed project, including both construction and operational jobs and small business opportunities. And their goal is to complete this work in October. And the final agreement there would be essentially attached to any proposed development agreement that we would bring for your consideration. So it would be essentially included by reference. And then finally, the governing structure of the community fund has been workshopped, and the fund structure and governance model has been developed by the stakeholders. So we are that's undergoing review by the city attorney's office and Department of Race and Equity, I believe. And once that's finalized, that will also be an exhibit to the development agreement and also will come forward separately to the city council for its consideration to be adopted by ordinance. So that would be a structure that's locked in terms of managing the funds to support the community benefits. So as I said, we have not reached agreement with the A's on an agreement that we are comfortable to bring to the council for its consideration. The main open items are as follows. One is coming to agreement on the schedule of performance, timeline, and remedies around the parties' respective obligations to complete the ballpark and the offsite infrastructure. That's one area that we're still working on. The extent of the enhanced infrastructure financing district and additional investment into on-site infrastructure and which project tax revenue streams go to fund on-site or off-site infrastructure. And just to pause for a sec, the big picture is that the developer is on the hook to pay for the ballpark, all the buildings on the site, and the on-site infrastructure. That tax increment from property taxes is available to reimburse the developer for on-site public infrastructure, such as streets and parks. The city grants, or the grants that the city has secured, would be supporting the offsite infrastructure. As I mentioned, project generated revenues other than property tax could be used as contingency for that as well. There is some now discussion about changing the contours perhaps of the infrastructure financing district, which would allow for a potential greater capture of property tax increment. But still, it would really, the concept is the only increment that's generated because of the project would be available. So that's where we're trying to finalize those details. And then finally, we do continue to negotiate over community benefits, including the amount of on-site affordable housing, making sure that we're following the council's direction, as well as there's a set aside from that project site-specific property tax increment that is meant to go to support the off-site affordable housing. And lastly, the scope and tenure of the A's non-relocation commitments, very standard in any kind of stadium deal to have a non-relocation agreement. If we're going to do all this work, we want to make sure the A's are going to stay. So we're still working on those details. So that's what's left to be done. Those are definitely some meaty issues, but we are working in earnest and in good faith to try to get those resolved. In terms of timeline, if our goal was to aim to have something for the council's consideration this calendar year, the timeline is very, very tight to do that. In order to do that, we would be planning commission next month at the Community and Economic Development Committee of the council in November with the independent fiscal analysis, or if not sooner, and then for council consideration late November, early December. So I do get regular reports from our team. I can assure you they're doing everything in their power to negotiate a good deal for Oakland and Oaklanders, one that protects our general fund and meets the council directives with regard to jobs, housing, and other community benefits as provided for in the two resolutions. We continue to believe that such a deal is possible, and we'll continue to work with the A's in the coming days to get there. So that's a summary of what's in the memo. There's a lot more detail there. It should be in your inboxes just from a couple hours ago, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Administrator Riskin. And for members of the public, to view the updated memo on the ballpark, you can go to the City of Oakland website, oaklandca.gov, go to departments and city administrator, and the icon that has our informational memos has this memo at the top of the list. You can probably also search for it as well. Okay, first we have Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Thank you so much, Madam President. So before I ask questions about any of the specific details that were being discussed, I want to make sure to hit the process issue first, which is that this council had given direction, through the Rules Committee for a certain report that would have a level of independence and a level of detail. And we heard a lot of concern from people that what is before us today is not that. And I just want to make sure that we are entirely clear that while that more detailed, serious report is not before us today, that we are in no way backing down from our commitment to doing that. And I respect the explanation that was given of why it's not here today. It's totally understandable, but I just want to make clear that we're not in any way watering down what it is that we're expecting, and that if it comes at a later date, it should still be a full, thorough and independent report that includes getting into the dollars and cents of the matter. So could I just have the administrator to confirm that clearly on
Absolutely, 100% right. We will absolutely bring for the council and the public's consideration a full independent fiscal and economic analysis of the deal that we negotiate in advance of asking the council to consider voting on any legislation related to the deal.
Okay, and then I'll just, given that detail is not what's before us today, I'll just share the other points that I want to make sure are included in that follow-up work. One is the clarity about the turning basin, and then making sure that all project materials and depictions do not inaccurately depict it as not having a turning basin when it in fact apparently does have a turning basin, just to make sure that that is made clear in all the materials, including in the images that are produced that might be giving an inaccurate portrayal of the project. to make sure that the follow-up with the various stakeholder groups that were previously identified by the council, to make sure that those take place. That includes the meetings regarding the seaport compatibility measures with those stakeholders. That includes the issues that were discussed about Chinatown and the local impacts and local business utilizations, as well as with West Oakland and the local impacts and local economic opportunity. And then to make sure that we also get the follow-up on the cost estimates, any cost gaps, and that would include the issue of the tax increment financing, and what the uses would be and options around the EIFD and the rest of that. And so I think, given that today is not the day of the big report, I will leave it there and just make sure that we're all clear that that still needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the city administrator and the city's team for the work they're still doing. It concerns, I think, everybody who wants this project to happen, everybody out in the community, the fans or supporters of whoever they may be, should be concerned, because we really this all should have been done by now. And I say to many people, if you really want this to happen, you better go talk to the A's and get them to start making sure they're willing to give us a good deal, or offer a good deal, or agree to a good deal, so it can happen. And I keep on telling people who might come up to me or lobby me, or lobbying whoever they're lobbying, go lobby the A's, because they're the ones who need to be lobbied. I can't say that with enough emphasis. So just to the report here, and I appreciate the acknowledgement that we still will be getting an independent economic analysis when we have something in specific to analyze. So that's good. At the seaport compatibility measures, I've gotten some communications from those who have expressed the businesses and operators and workers who expressed serious concern. And I want to make sure those compatibility measures are not just kind of put it on the back burner or on the side. I've gotten mixed messages over the past year from the port about what more they're going to do, or what they are or aren't going to do in terms of what they adopt. So I want to make sure that council has a say in this matter, and that all the decision makers, in addition to ourselves, understand that the seaport compatibility efforts are critical. And so I want to make sure that's clearly understood by all parties. In terms of the financial, one of the things that I've repeatedly said, and I'll say it again, for some of the infrastructure that we are expected to use our future tax revenue for, the financing district or whatnot, that is not our existing ongoing revenue, but future revenue. There's always the concern that, well, you have all these projects and all these things that you are agreeing to, the we or EIR or everybody is agreeing to do or to make sure happen. And then what if the tax revenue falls short, or the costs to do the infrastructure goes up more than expected? Where's the backstop on this? Who's going to pick up the slack? Because it's not going to be our Measure BB dedicated funding source. It's not going to be our general fund. So it's got to be something, and that needs to be clearly spelled out. And so I just want to reiterate that, as I have a half dozen times before. Let's see, what else did I want to ask? I guess that's it. I mean, there's nothing new to say really, other than there's still work to do, and if the A's really want to be here, they have to be willing to offer a good deal, or a fair deal, and that's what it's going to take to get the council to say yes. And so, all you supporters and fans out there, go lobby the A's. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Administrator.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Gallo for this item. I know you and myself got really beat up for supporting it originally, but we're running into the exact questions and concerns that we posed in the first place, which is how much is this going to cost and how much taxpayer money needs to go into this project. So through the chair to Administrator Riskin, I have specific questions to help guide my thinking on this process. And specifically, I want to ask around when did this memo come out to council? Is my first question. When did we get this 18-page memo?
Through the chair, it was sent about 2 o'clock today, this afternoon.
So during the council meeting.
Correct.
So I haven't had enough time to actually go through it because it just came out today, but
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, on page 5, it says, even assuming the availability of limited obligation funds, significant increases in costs are anticipated, and there are not yet sufficient funds currently in hand to cover the estimated costs of the offsite infrastructure, which the city has agreed to pay, right, for the offsite infrastructure, that the aides won't be responsible for offsite. But I wonder, with the increase that we're expecting from, potential, the inflation and potential, just the increase in costs overall, what would that increased infrastructure cost be? Any idea of what in dollars and cents, how much additional offsite infrastructure we'd have to pay for? I know you said 90% would come from the existing funds that we have on hand, but what would the additional cost be?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councilmember Fife. First of all, just to clarify the 90%, the staff has raised 90% of the amount that was originally estimated to be the cost of the offsite infrastructure improvement. So if that cost were still holding today, we'd be very close to done. But that estimate was based on some different assumptions in terms of project delivery. And of course, now we're a year later, we have inflation, and we've been able to refine the cost more. We're still not at a point where they're fully refined. We're still kind of looking at a few different assumptions and potential value engineering. So when we bring forward a final analysis, we will have those numbers. But the issue, and so as of today, we do have a gap. We would need to be able to close that gap in order for me to be able to recommend the development agreement to the council, because I can't recommend to the council the city obligating itself to complete work that we don't have the money to complete. So the council direction was for us to take responsibility for the offsite infrastructure, to secure the funding for it. We're in the process of doing that. We do have a few other outstanding things that we're hoping for that will help us close the gap, but we will need to close it. And one of the big sticking points is the issue that Councilmember Kalb raised, which is the backstop. Right? We can't have the general fund serve as the backstop. That is not what the council direction has been. It's not what I would be comfortable recommending. So part of what we're working to negotiate is kind of flexibility in terms of that, options in terms of that, and potential use of project generated revenues, future revenues, to provide us with the contingency that we would need in order to feel comfortable that the general fund would be protected.
So you can't necessarily detail the risk that is outlined in this document then, because it says, as a result, under the current structure, there is a risk that the city would be required to fund the remaining costs as well as any cost overruns, each of which may prove significant. So we have no idea in terms of dollars and cents what that risk would be.
So we don't at the moment, but we will include that in the cost benefit analysis. what we're working towards is structuring a deal that minimizes or eliminates that risk. And that's difficult to do.
Okay, well, I'll say for the public, I had difficulty getting in contact with decision makers at the A's as the council member for the district where this project will be located. But one of the final questions, or one of the final conversations I was able to have with Taj Tashambe before he was summarily fired by the Oakland A's was that the city of Oakland would, and the taxpayers of the city of Oakland would have to come up with approximately $330 million to fill the gap on top of what was already being requested for offsite infrastructure. And that is one of my biggest issues. We just had a shooting in front of City Hall yesterday. And with all of the things that we are trying to struggle to pay for, including just these mass evictions and not having the funds to actually house people properly, I find it really difficult to move forward with this type of expenditure when so many deep needs are being faced by the city of Oakland right now. So once again, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Gallo for moving this forward. And I look forward to this independent financial analysis, because that's what it really comes down to, is how are we stewarding public funds in the face of so many challenges. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, thanks to the team from the city who is working hard. I know that there is consistent effort engaging with the A's, engaging with community. We're really trying to bring the win-win that we absolutely need for Oakland. Oakland certainly needs transformational developments like the one that's proposed. It's our job to ensure that we aren't simply sold a bill of goods, and that we make sure that we are getting what's promised and that what's needed in terms of that benefit to Oakland and Oaklanders for the public investment that we're making. And so clearly there's more information that we need that is not yet available. I am grateful for what has been made available, and acknowledging that I have not had a chance to review this updated memo in full detail, but looking forward to doing so. I think a lot of the questions that my colleagues have asked or in the statements regarding not sacrificing the general fund, having that backstop, minimizing our risk, and having that very clearly out there is I'm aligned with and is critical. Also, when it comes to this independent analysis, we've got to have a trusted source to review. And so I'm grateful for the commitment of you, Ed, and then others to ensure that that happens, and that we aren't rushed in that sort of that aspect of this process when we need to make the necessary the decision that's being teed up. One aspect around making sure that we get the analysis, the review that we need, and moving forward quickly, because I know there are some aspects of time being of the essence. My question is, are we prepared with that independent investigator or auditor who can hit the ground immediately and may actually be doing some pre-work now to make sure that they're fully up to speed on different aspects of what's being considered? I'm just looking at ways to kind of short circuit that process, the learning curve that a outside party might have coming up to speed, some of the things they could become familiar with now. I'm curious what we're doing to prepare for that, so that it's minimizes any time constraints or issues and pressures that we're under once a deal is struck.
Yeah, through the chair, we have a financial and economic consultant on board that we will commission to do the analysis. They have familiarity with the general terms, with the council direction. What we need to provide to them is a final agreed upon proposed deal, so they can actually do the analysis. So that's how we'll be able to do it in a expeditious but thorough way so that the council and the public have a straight, unbiased analysis that's comprehensive in order to consider.
Okay, and with that, what is the expected turnaround time from when staff and the A's through negotiations feel like they have something that's close or what they think would work? The time between that and the time that we would be looking, staff would be expected, or council would be expected to make a decision, and then how much time within there is established for the independent audit to be developed, to be published, reviewed, interrogated, et cetera? Or is that timeline still unknown?
Yeah, through the chair, it's not specifically known. As I said, in order for us to get before the council this year, we would need to get to Planning Commission next month and council in mid-November, which really means we need to wrap up our negotiations with the A's within the next week or so. So it would be from that point forward. I don't know how much time the consultants will need to do that analysis, but that would be about a 6-week timeline, I guess. That would be the window that they would have to do it and to publish it well in advance so that the council and public can review it. So that would be, I guess, the best case.
So if that's the goal, the time to finalize terms is now.
Yes.
Proposed terms. Okay. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Gayo.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Administrator, why would we go to the Planning Commission before the EIR legislation is concluded?
The EIR, through the chair, the EIR legislation is concluded. The council certified the EIR. It was challenged in court.
Yeah.
It was upheld for the most part in court. There is an appeal window,
yeah,
but that doesn't enjoin the city from continuing to consider actions related to the project.
From taking it to the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Okay. Then the other one that I would need, and thank you for the information that I would need your help with, is what is, if you can share with the council, it doesn't have to be today, but in this process, what is the status on the stadium, on the Coliseum, the Oakland Coliseum? I mean, I know that the African American Sports and Entertainment Group has had some difficulty working with the Oakland A's in terms of putting a project or a program or a direction for the future. So I would like to get a status report on that. And it's just to remind the council what is still our involvement. That's public land we're talking about. And certainly we contracted with an African American Sports and Entertainment Group, and they don't feel like they're getting the cooperation from the Oakland A's as well. Then the other one that I would like you to share with the council is, could you provide us the Port of Oakland's master plan that would include what is their projection for the next 10 years without having the Oakland A's involved in that site? What is their projection for the next 10 years and development of the Port of Oakland? And this is what I saw at Long Beach really clearly. Not only what they're doing now, but this is their goal towards the future, and what they're, in terms of their growth, whether it's the shipping lines and so forth, that they're investing to grow the Port of Long Beach. And I would like to see that come back to the council, because at the end of the day, the council has a responsibility in terms of what happens at the port, but I've never seen the cooperation or the reinvestment to the city government, unless I missed that from the port. So anyway, so if you can share that with us, get from the port, what is your current master plan and what is your proposed action for the next 10 years? So we would know exactly the growth, and certainly in West Oakland where the investment can occur. for the city of Oakland to continue to grow and the job creation. So thank you, Madam President, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have a few of my own comments and questions, but why don't we just round out the queue here? Councilmember Fife, go ahead.
I neglected to ask, Madam Chair, through the chair to Administrator Riskin, will we have another opportunity to discuss this before? Well, what I guess the question should be, what is the next opportunity to discuss this as a council? This particular issue around the term sheet and what the plans are actually moving forward.
So what we would propose is once the deal is finalized, we would bring the necessary entitlement actions through the Planning Commission. And after that, we would come to the council, whether via the CED committee or directly to full council, perhaps given that the council's broad interest in it, it would make sense to do it at full council. It could be a special council meeting, but that was our intent. Once we have the deal negotiated and the entitlements have gone through the Planning Commission, we would come back to the council, including with the independent fiscal analysis.
Okay, so will that be, do you think that will be in January? February?
So through the chair, the best case would be we wrap up negotiations this month. We're at Planning Commission next month, and we could be at the council as early as November.
And this will, okay, so I'll talk to staff about some of the conversations that have been happening with the community groups in the district. I just wanted to be sure. So next month, I just want to be clear.
The earliest we would be contemplating coming to council would be in November.
Okay. And I just asked because there have been a lot of artificial deadlines that have been pushed to date. And I just want to be absolutely clear what we're working with. So, and will there be an opportunity for the council or in other members of our community groups to impact that deal before it gets finalized? Because I don't know honestly what's being finalized.
Yeah, so through the chair, you know, anything that goes to the Planning Commission will be published and posted with all of the requisite lead times. I don't know if for them if that's 10 days. So there will be a full public process and public hearings at the Planning Commission. And then likewise, when we come to council, we'll make sure to post things in advance, and these public forums, these public meetings of the Planning Commission and the City Council, whether via committee and council or just City Council, would be the venues for public feedback.
So at that time, there'll be additional opportunities for the public to weigh in and for us to find out what the dollar amount and risk that taxpayers may be on the hook for in that that time frame.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's, you know, that's if we conclude our negotiations in the next week or so.
Why wouldn't we conclude negotiations if they've been happening for 30 years now?
Because they're complex.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks everyone for bearing with us. This is a really important item. I've got a couple of my own questions, although Councilmember Taylor, if you have one more, I'll go ahead and allow you to speak and then I'll do mine.
No, please, Madam Chair.
Okay. I also have, I am going to attempt to ask a question from Councilmember Reed. She's been having a lot of technical issues. So bear with me while I see if I can communicate this question from the council member. So the memo notes that the city's cost estimate to construct and implement the offsite infrastructure improvements will significantly exceed the A's previous estimate. Do we have a rough estimate of that number that exceeds the original estimate. Administrator Riskin?
Madam President, that is the question I just asked, just
Okay.
clear.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so just to be honest, I'm reluctant to throw out numbers while they're moving. So when we bring anything, before we bring anything to the council for its consideration, we will have a full accounting of all costs and sources of funds to address those costs.
Okay, great. Thank you. Apologies. I have some of my colleagues testing me, letting me know their situation. So I'm sorry if I missed anything. I do have some of my own comments and questions. There are a number of community organizations as well as neighborhoods that are engaged in this process. Of course, West Oakland, as well as Old Town, Jack London, and Chinatown. And I do want to make sure that all of those neighborhoods have their voices heard in this process, and wanted to just offer up for the public so that this is known that the transportation study that was in the works for Chinatown has been completed. And I know that our staff and the consultant will be meeting with the Chinatown Coalition about that. I do hope that we will be able to get good feedback from them as they have a chance to review that study, and that we can continue to work with them to mitigate the traffic and other issues that Chinatown and other communities are raising. There are a number of issues that are part of the framework as well as the February resolution that I wanted to ask about since we have this opportunity. One of those issues is around the jobs policies, the operations jobs policies in particular. There are a few items that we thought might be, that might get to closure sooner versus later. And I think some of us are surprised that we haven't seen resolution in terms of the jobs policies. And so my question to you, City Administrator, is whether you can share with us, in addition to what is in the memo, any information about current estimates about how many jobs would be created at the project and in which sectors, and whether, as the Port and the A's are negotiating, whether they've come to agreements around some of the core issues like fair chance hiring, which would prevent discrimination of formerly incarcerated people, or around targeted hiring for the operations jobs. And I believe that a 50% goal was put out as a benchmark.
Right. Yeah. So I don't have the specifics. Really, the Port has been the lead in negotiating the jobs policy. They're in active negotiations. I know they had been meeting with a number of stakeholder groups. They're in the room with the A's, as I understand. I'm sure that we have those job numbers in terms of how many, perhaps in what sector. I don't have them at my fingertips here. We can certainly get those to you, assuming those exist. But I know as we say in the memo, that they have been meeting with a lot of different stakeholders, including unions, and that they are trying to wrap up their negotiations of the job policy within the next month or so. And as I mentioned, we would then attach that as a kind of our development agreement would refer to that final jobs policy that they negotiate. So it'll be incorporated into any agreement that council would be considering by reference. And I know all of the issues that you raised have been on the table. I couldn't tell you where they are on any one of them.
Okay. Affordable housing is another issue that the council has expressed a very strong commitment to. I am curious if you can share a little bit more in terms of meeting the goals we set out in the term sheet for the percentage goals, as well as some of the deeper affordability level goals, whether there's an estimate of the costs of the offsite housing in particular, and anything more you can share in terms of getting to meeting that affordable housing goal.
Yeah, so for the on-site affordable housing, the council had established 15% and at certain affordability levels. We are actively negotiating with that direction with the A's I think there's been some dispute over whether it's 15% of the total or 15% of market rate. So that and negotiating in the council required levels of affordability are the gaps to close in terms of negotiating the on-site. With the off-site, I don't know that there's been costing, but I think it was the term sheet had recommended a flow of the on-site tax increment would go into the off-site affordable housing up to $50 million. I think that is solid. I think there's been a dispute about at what rate that flows out of the EIFD. In other words, what percentage of the on-site property tax increment is reserved for and sent out of the district for off-site housing relative to what is available to reimburse the developer for the on-site public infrastructure such as the streets and the park. So I think that's the issue to be negotiated on the off-site to meet that, to get to that 20%. And the 20%, I think, was if I recall, was a number of different strategies. It wasn't just building new affordable housing, it was prevention and other. So I don't think anything has really changed in that. I think what we're just trying to button down is the flow of the dollars to get up to that 50 million, and the percentage of the revenues that flow to that will impact how long it takes to get to 50 million. So that's what's, I think, outstanding in that negotiation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we've had a fair amount of discussion. There is the informational memo as well. And I think that the council has made it clear, certainly through the term sheet as well as the resolution, what our expectations are in terms of goals and the information to come back to us. I do appreciate the hard work that our staff team is doing around these negotiations. Concur with Council Member Kalb in terms of, let's keep pushing on the A's. We want a good deal here for the city. We'll take nothing less. So with that, this is an oral report. I believe the action that we can take here is to accept the report.
So
Move
moved.
to receive the report.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion and a second there. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion moved by, was that Councilmember Gallo, seconded by Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Thank you. To accept this oral report, on roll, Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao is excused, and President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with 6 ayes, 2 excused. That takes us to our in memory adjournments or announcements.
That is correct. So colleagues, please go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to share any announcements or in memoriam adjournments. Following that, we will have open forum for additional public comments. Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, to the members of the public, members of the council, one of the emergencies or great debates that we've been having has to do with the illegal dumping, the trash on our streets, and maintaining our neighborhoods and schools. I get half the calls now from the schools asking me if I can help them clean up around their school. But I'm saying that because I just want to invite you every Saturday and Sunday, rain, shine, Christmas Day, we're out on the street with volunteers cleaning up the neighborhood. We're in cooperation with public works vehicles, dealing with the illegal dumping, dealing with the trash on our streets, business corridors, as well as dealing with the homeless encampments, working together with some of the homeless people that are there, making sure that their sites are clean. And so please join us any Saturday and Sunday, every Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, and we meet at the Guadalajara parking lot, which is right on Fruitvale Avenue and East 10th Street. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gayo. Councilmember Fife.
Yes, I wanted to adjourn in the memory of Jazz Hardrick. It's a young person that we lost on Labor Day, but I haven't had the opportunity to speak at City Council, full City Council about it. So I wanted to just send love to her family, members of my church at Amani, and also Sarai Crane, Dr. Sarai Crane, who is the aunt of Jazz. She was 13 years old and recently passed away from battling some significant illnesses. And so I just wanted to send her family love and adjourn in her memory.
Thank you.
Oh, and Madam President, I would be remiss not to say all of the lives that have been lost in the city of Oakland. We've had some pretty tough weeks, and the last few days have been intense in my district, and I'm sure many others. So I just wanted to acknowledge the impact that violence has on all of us. And yeah, just sending love and light to everyone impacted by not only just untimely death, but specifically the violence of guns and homelessness and all of the things that we're experiencing that we want to work diligently as legislators to overcome. Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to make a couple announcements, then I have an adjourn in memory. First, I want to thank everybody who came out for Creek to Bay Day this past Saturday in District 1. Of course, we were all thanking everybody who came out throughout the city. There were lots and lots of volunteers throughout, and I made it over to 3 different locations. I want to thank Children's Hospital for doing some work with Rebuilding Together around nearby their facility in North Oakland. The wonderful folks, including the young ones at Bushrod Park, who helped out, and the folks at Frog Park, who celebrated, not only had a cleanup, but celebrated a 20th anniversary of the community-led effort to create Frog Park. So I want to thank them all. I also want to make a quick announcement. On September 26th at 7 p.m., there's a Zoom ranked choice voting educational forum hosted by the League of Women Voters of Oakland and Faith in Action East Bay. For information, contact